The text directed at women leaders, spouses, and bereaved families in the cause of political disagreement.
Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has unveiled the National Bioeconomic Strategy 2026 to 2036. Speaking during the launch in Nairobi, Mudavadi said the 10-year framework will harness Kenya's biological resources, research and innovation to create jobs, industries and new economic opportunities. He described the strategy as an economic and industrial framework rather than simply a scientific or environmental initiative.
At its core, the bioeconomy offers us a new way of thinking about development. It provides an opportunity to decouple economic growth from the depletion of natural resources while creating new forms of value from the biological resources and knowledge that we possess. In this sense, the bioeconomy strategy is not simply a scientific or environmental strategy. It is a whole of government, economic and industrial strategy that fits squarely within our broader development ambitions under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
58 people linked to organized cybercrime groups in West Africa have been arrested in a major international operation targeting online fraud. Dubbed Operation Jackal 4, the Interpol-led crackdown was conducted across 22 countries and 6 continents and identified 268 suspects. The operation targeted criminal networks involved in romance and investment scams, including groups such as Nigerian Black Arcs, which Interpol say are linked to a significant share of cyber-enabled financial fraud. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or the intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. It is now 6 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and I'm seated across a gentleman known as CT Muga or TT CPCD. Unajua kuna mtu mwingine hapa CT alikuita CT like SITI. CT Muga.
Na wale ambao wana spell CITY.
Oh, like the capital city. So city is a city Muga. Uko vipi lakini bro?
Niko sawa bro.
Uko salama?
Niko sawa.
Naona leo kahawa yako ni kama imewekwa cream ama nini naona. Is this normal coffee?
Yes, it is.
It doesn't have cream, does it?
Cream?
Yes.
Sioni.
Okay. Is it white coffee or is it black coffee?
White.
I can't tell from this direction, you know, a little bit of interference as far as my side is concerned. But anyway, uko fiti eh? Tunashukuru.
Asubuhi leo umeamua kuongea kizungu na pua.
Wacha nikwambie. Ni kwa sababu niko na furaha mengi. Unajua ni ndani ya roho, ndani ya moyo na ndani ya basically mwili wangu. Sababu mambo mengi yamefanyika duniani, lakini tunashukuru sababu tumeamka siku ya leo. You remember when we met the British High Commissioner here the other day? You know, I was waiting for that, you know, deep English accent, but it was so normal. Back I was like, wait, he is the High Commissioner for Britain. Okay.
Wajua pale?
Yes.
Depending on the regions you go to.
Right.
Pia, si ati kila mtu ni uniform. So kama sisi wewe,
yes,
watu wangu wakiongea unajua hawa ni wale. Watu weni wakiongea,
yes,
hata unasema okay, tumeshika.
It is what it
is. Wale majirani ukienda boda Uganda wakiongea,
yes,
unajua ni ukienda pwani pia wakiongea,
yes,
unajua ni pia wow. Depending on where you go to.
Yes.
Kuna watu kwambia anaongea Kiingereza akielewa anasema nini?
You wonder what you say what? I didn't hear you. What? Yeah.
But if you're a law-abiding African who understands how to treat wazungus, thank you very much.
I have friends who left for Britain, for the United Kingdom.
Yes.
And it's been roughly maximum 5 years. But my friend, whenever we are speaking on the phone, I'm like, bro, si uongee tu venye ulikuwa unaongea hapa Kenya.
Haiwezi kuwa tu.
Mbona umebadilisha?
Mingi sana.
Okay, I saw in Kenya right now, you guys are having a lot of political violence. What's that we're witnessing in Homa Bay? And I'm like, wait, kase, please. Sema tu Homa Bay. Homa Bay. Hata mimi sijui. Ati, so like in Kisumu. And I'm like, bro, it's Kisumu, not Kisumu. Yeah. I don't know what happened.
No, accent wa inapatikana hapa kwa airport.
Ukiingia hapa lazima uanze zile alaile alabuchukuchukutu.
As you unapanda hiyo ngazi. With every step.
Yes.
Changia kwa ndege umeketi. Accent sorted.
My cousin is in Germany. She's been there for now more than 10 years. Kizungu yake na Kikamba yake Kiswahili same. Nothing has changed.
Hakuna Kizungu to interfere with it.
But you know, because she's there, she speaks German most of the time.
Yes. Hakuna Kizungu to interfere with it.
Right.
Ni kuiga wazungu kwa lugha yao. That's when it happens.
When we hosted the Ukraine ambassador here, I was waiting for you know what we see in the movies, like the very heavy Ukrainian accent. Or nothing. Zero. Jamaa anaongea tu kawaida. And I was like, so what is these things we usually see on TV? Because
drama.
They make it very deep.
Drama. Yeah. How is it that when you see Russians on in movies, literally most of them are villains?
They are bad guys, yeah?
No, pagla.
Wanakanga tu kukudismember and throw you in the dustbin somewhere.
Yes, bana. Yes.
However, I have Russian friends, and they speak like some they speak English. And that English has, you see that what we see in the movies? Kabisa.
Bro, ni matamshi yao. Ni kama sisi wa Kenya. When a Kenyan speaks the English that the rest of us understand. Unajua mzungu anakuangalia na shangaa huyu jamaa anaongea nini?
Kweli.
Because mzee umeichanganya. And typical of us, umeongea Kiswahili hapo. Ikiwa unaongea na watu wako wa nyumbani. Kiswahili, Kiingereza na lugha ya nyumbani in a sentence.
Yes.
And you don't think of it. So this guy ends up being completely confused. Yes. And actually, even when you speak English.
Yes. Anashanga. When I speak with like now the Russian friends I'm telling you about, as long as we're on the phone, I have to put them on loudspeaker because siskiangi.
Right. But even among ourselves, when you're speaking to Kenyans, okay? And there's a term we've used here before. When a Kenyan wants to find out how you are doing.
Yes.
So you know what they ask you?
What do they ask?
Otherwise?
Manzi sahi nimesota jo. Mshahara imechelewa.
There's a question. Uko na otherwise? That now is a different meaning. Una way forward. Kuna mahali usaidizi naweza kutokea. But otherwise also means so when all things are considered, how are you doing?
Yes.
Okay? Yes. And if someone isn't doing too well, okay? They tell you, mimi niko tu at least.
Right.
So you're thinking,
yani niko at least, I'm doing the bare minimum.
Yes, but in reality, you're at least what? So you must understand Kenyanese. Now you tell me.
True.
A native speaker of the English language listens to Kenyan speaking.
Wait. They'll be like, these guys have dismembered this language. They have, what on earth is that? But at the end of the day, anyway, you know, language is culture.
Not only that, language is dynamic. Just like culture is dynamic. Okay, we say it's a sum total of the way our people's lives.
Yes.
But the dynamism is often expressed in the language. How languages adapt, how languages borrow, how languages internalize other languages. The English language being the perfect example of a language that has internalized probably from other languages more than any other that we know of.
True.
Yes.
True.
Like the word safari.
Yeah, safari. It's a Swahili word meaning journey.
Yeah, but it's in the English language.
Yeah.
When someone says they went on a safari.
Yeah. I'm going on a safari. Yeah.
Haki mzee.
To the jungle.
Huwezi kwenda Northumberland on safari.
Hakuna.
Sorry.
It doesn't work that way.
No.
Tafadhali.
Safari, lazima uje free.
Africa. But wanasemanga I'm going on a safari to Mount Rushmore. Hakuna.
Yo, umeenda road trip.
Tafadhali. Let's be honest. Today is the 26th day of August 2026. According to the United Nations, hakuna kitu leo, lakini kesho wako na kitu. Meanwhile, on this day, 1966, the Namibian War of Independence begins. The People's Liberation Army of Namibia, aka PLAN, led by Sam Nujoma, engaged in their first armed clash against South African forces at Omugulu, sitaisema juu nitajuma ulimi, but a place called Omugulugulu Kumbwashe. It is now
Why do I have this feeling that is not exactly what it is, but nonetheless.
Let me attempt. Omugulu Gombashe.
You in your initial sentence was Omugulugulu, and there's no gulugulu there.
But there's gulu.
One.
Yes.
You gave it two.
Okay. Omugulu Gombashe.
Yes.
So those forces went to Omugulu Gombashe and had this war, and now this day is celebrated as Heroes Day. Yani hiyo ndio mashujaa day yao kule Namibia. In 1993, Nigeria's interim government formed following the annulment of the democratic June 12th elections. General Ibrahim Babangida stepped down and appointed Ernest Shonekan as the interim president of Nigeria. And then in 2006, closer home, Uganda Peace Accord, the government of Uganda officially signed a historic peace truce with the Lord's Resistance Army, aka LRA, led by Joseph Kony, aiming to end a brutal 20-year civil war. Yep. That's what you get. Meanwhile, today, AFCON 2027 inspection begins. So officials from the Confederation of African Football, known as CAF, land in Nairobi today to discuss stadiums and training infrastructure. Kenya is co-hosting the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations tournament alongside Uganda and Tanzania. Yeah. So it's going to be what? It's going to be moto. Wanakuja kuangalia Talanta Stadium na zile stadia zingine zenye tulisema zinaweza host nini? Zinaweza host AFCON, akina Nyayo, Kasarani. I'm assuming hizo tatu zitakuwa zina host AFCON.
Ulinzi also has a football pitch.
Okay, but I do not know if it's AFCON standard, because you have got to have the capacity. I'm not sure about Ulinzi if it has that capacity, but it's a good stadium.
I only know
nonetheless.
There's a stadium.
Yes. Wacha tuone.
Hiyo.
All right. Tupate methali.
Yes, we
Western Sahara.
Yes. Oh my goodness, this is very nice. Kumbuka?
Ai bana. Ni sahau aje.
The United Nations considers Western Sahara a designated non-self-governing territory. Okay? It is in Northwest Africa.
Right.
Sawa?
Yes.
The last African colonial state yet to receive independence. Okay? It's amazing. You have an African country being colonized by another African country.
Imagine.
Basi.
But si tuongelea pia Namibia walikuwa in that situation.
Oh yes, South Africans walikuwa wamekalia watu vizuri sana.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I guess, this colonization story offers the perfect excuse for people. Every time you look at your country and things aren't moving in the right direction,
yes,
the fallback position is the colonialists. And yet, in our instance, there are those who argue they never left.
Yes.
There are those who argue they left. And they replaced them with others.
Yeah.
But those are stories that we will continue talking about from time immemorial. The land where the stones know you is of more value than one where man knows you.
Come again? The what?
the land where the stones know you is of more value than where man knows you.
Stones know you. That means that you really spend a lot of time in that particular place. So that means that place is home. So home is of more value.
And stones have a tendency of not moving very often. Come on, especially if they're nice, massive boulders. The likelihood of them moving is, should we say, slim.
Yeah. Okay. So we are talking about home here as opposed
to... We are talking about home here.
Yeah. Home is important.
Home is important.
Than other places.
Not house.
Home. Because that is the place that... that you are known better and perhaps even...
Well, yes, that is essentially
loved.
It is probably what one would argue is the foundational structure that explains you, that gets people to understand who you are.
Okay.
But in this modern day and age, there are many things that do that for you. There's the geographical area in which you live in.
Yes.
There's the places you go and get your education in. Right through from the time you're nursery, primary, secondary. And if you do go for learning after secondary school, again, all those things are helpful.
You know the place where you find stones? Sana sana ni nyumbani. Hautapata ukienda university for example, hautapata zile stones zenye zina.
Where exactly do students get stones to throw at cars during maandamano?
They actually undo the cabros, destroy walls, make stones out of that.
So they're stones.
Sawa siti ushasema. www.rgk.co.ke or www.radiogeneration.co.ke. Hizo zote ni zetu. We shall start with some sad news here. US country music legend Dolly Parton dies at the age of 80. His or rather her nephew is the one who broke the news because she designated him to be the bearer of that bad news.
Meaning in her will she said, when I
pass on, this is the person who will do the honors of announcing
the world
my death.
You know, I started listening to Dolly Parton when I was a child.
Yes.
There's a guy called Porter Wagner with whom they used to sing.
Okay.
And in those days, the music that we listened to, the guy called a lady called Skeeter Davis. And there was Jim Reeves.
Yes, I know Jim Reeves.
Okay. And I still remember the jokes that as we were growing up, people would have that when someone goes to the States, you tell them, Mzee, ukiona Jim Reeves, but it's a Lamu. That happens when, you see, your world or your vision and idea of it is shaped by the world in which you live in.
Very true.
And since you know all your neighbors, you assume America is a neighborhood like yours. So if you land, Jim Reeves utampata Jim kutupale tu. Ndio hiyo.
That was the mentality,
Well, but you tell me, if you're talking about the 60s and 70s, the Africans who are in towns who are a very small fraction of the people in this country. And the exposure to urban life was really limited.
True.
Yes.
So, Dolly Parton, I remember she has done a couple of songs, some even with Don Williams. Man, hizo ngoma zilikuwa zinanibamba. You know, when we used to go to Shags back in the day, my parents would put country music on, because that's the music they loved anyway.
So wanacheza muziki ambao napenda.
Apart from rumba and lingala, walikuanga watu wa country music sana. So Jim Reeves was on the playlist, Roger Whittaker, Kenny Rogers, Don Williams, of course Dolly Parton and others I'm forgetting right now. And let me tell you,
kuna mzee mmoja alikuwa anaitwa Charlie Pride.
Charlie Pride namjua pia. Kwanza kuna time mama yangu alikuwa ameka ngoma za Charlie Pride kama ringtone yake. So when we go to Ushago, hizo ndizo cassette. Kumbuka cassette player.
I remember cassette.
Cassette ndio ilikuwa inawekwa hapo, alafu ndio ilikuwa na side A na side B. Tunasikiza ngoma za kina Dolly Parton nini. By the time we are getting to Machakos, we put side B. By the time we are getting to Kitui, tumemaliza cassette ya kwanza ama ya pili ama ya tatu depending. So that's where I got to, that's how I fell in love with country music. I remember one of her famous songs, Jolene. Msinoja Jolene?
I know Jolene very well.
Jolene ilikuwa imenibambanga sana.
It's a nice song.
So may she rest in peace. Ruto says my real campaign is yet to begin. President William Ruto has stepped up his political attack on opponents ahead of the 2027 general election, telling them they should not mistake his current nationwide tours for the start of his campaign. So what are they? Ruto said he was currently concentrating on development work and had not yet entered the campaign season, but warned his rivals that the political contest would become much harder once he formally begins seeking another term. Okay. So he's not campaigning, but everywhere he goes, people are wearing UDA t-shirts and UDA kofias. So I don't know.
Well, that's a welcome party.
Si umeenda kufungua huko bridge.
Mahali umeenda kufungua bridge. Amesema so in Kiswahili.
Mbona watu wa Jubilee wasikuje na kofia zao pia?
And that's up to them, they decide. There are people within that particular area who are probably seeking a political office.
Okay.
How then do they demonstrate that they are your supporters if they do not have a cheering squad that is wearing the colors yellow?
Okay.
And shouting whatever it is that people shout when they're wearing yellow.
Okay.
It has more of a bearing on the politicians in that region than anything else. To show that sisi tuko nyuma yako, ama sisi tuko bega kwa bega na wewe, ama sisi tuko na wewe.
Ndio.
Yes.
Sako kwa bako. Haya. Senator Omtata puts neck on the spot over 2026 exam printing. So, the company is set to handle the printing of the Kenya's 2026 national examination materials, and the amount it will be paid are among details Busia Senator Okiya Omtata wants the Kenya National Examination Council to make public. Omtata has asked NEC to open up on how it procured the services of the printing of the 2026 KCSE, KJSEA and KAPSEA. The senator wants the council to provide a breakdown of the procurement process, including the method used to select the contractor, the firms that submitted bids, how they were assessed, and the company that eventually won the contract. Sawa. Kuna kitu hapo anajua hatujui, si ndio? Kuna kitu hapo anajua hatujui. Na tunashukuru senator kwa hiyo kazi noma. Mudavadi, Kenya sets sights on Africa's bioeconomy leadership. What does he mean? Chatuone. Wanasema hivi. Kenya is seeking to turn its biological resources, scientific knowledge and growing innovation capacity into new industries, jobs and higher value products as the country positions itself to become a leader in Africa's bioeconomy. Prime CS and CS of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs Musalia Mudavadi said the Kenya National Bioeconomy Strategy of 2026 to 2036 provides a 10-year framework for using science, research, technology, and innovation to support economic growth and address challenges facing the country. Mudavadi spoke on Tuesday during the launch of the strategy at Windsor Golf Hotel and Country Club in Nairobi. See, 2026 imeisha bwana. Hii kitu si ingeanzia 27 to it doesn't really matter. Anyway, 10-year framework, 10-year strategy, good stuff. Bioeconomy. So I wonder what exactly it is that they're going to be focusing on. I'm actually very interested in this one, just to understand, because these are opportunities that we rarely think about. Tunafikirianga manufacturing, tunafikirianga agriculture, tunafikirianga tourism, but this one is actually a very good idea. I absolutely love it. Study finds that 1 in 7 patients develop infections after major surgery. What exactly do they mean? 1 in every 7 patients undergoing major abdominal surgery at a Kenyan referral hospital developed a surgical site infection, a new study has found, raising concerns over the risk faced by patients who require urgent operations. Researchers who studied 393 patients at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital found that 55 developed infections after surgery, giving an overall infection rate of 14.1%. The infections varied in severity. Some affected the surface of the surgical wound, while others were deeper and involved areas around the organs. Unajua city, by the time you're getting an infection, your body has really fought. Either that or you have also very low immunity. Because Number one, the instruments that are used for that particular surgery, in my opinion, zinafaa kukuwa sterilized 100%. Madaktari huwa wananawa mikono na sabuni na wanavaa gloves, na hizo gloves pia zinakuanga sterile during surgery. The operating room sterilized as the well. Your theater. So by the time you're getting an infection of this nature that they are talking about, from the surface infection to deep inside your body, because even after surgery you're usually put on an antibiotic regimen immediately. Unapatianga za kumeza na kuna zenye zinaingianga kwa drip
immediately.
Kwanza ukimaliza tu hivi tu, sasa unamaliza hivi tu surgery before upeleke kwa recovery room ama ICU or wherever you are transferred to after surgery, unakuanga umekwa on a drip, na hiyo drip inakuanga na saline water na ingine inakuanga na nini, inakuanga na antibiotics. So wakisema watu wana develop surgery, kwani how are they doing this thing?
Somebody made a mistake clearly.
But 1 in 7 patients, City, that is a very huge mistake.
Somebody continuously makes a mistake, or that system is
flawed. Yes. That room where you're doing this, and especially specifically if it's at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, then something is
there's something about the standard operating procedures that should me say haven't been fully sterilized.
Yeah.
Because kuna step flani. Like in the days when you see, among the preventative measures for HIV and AIDS was medical male circumcision.
Yes.
Okay. Voluntary medical male circumcision, VMC.
Yes.
Now, what was found over time was that every time there was what you call an adverse event.
Yes.
For instance, there's circumcision, but someone has been nicked. Okay, the circumcision went fine, but they've been nicked.
Yes.
Something has happened. They realized that these always happened not on the first 10 patients.
Yes.
But after the 10, you got to the 11th and so forth.
Okay.
Because it was a numbers game. Those who are funding it wanted to see the numbers who had been circumcised. So people would be circumcising up to 15.
Yes.
If you take that every surgery takes 30 minutes, by the time you get to 10, those are 3 hours. You will get tired.
Yes. As the circumciser.
You will get tired.
Yeah.
Yes. You will get tired, and your concentration will not be the same. So it was noticed. There was a pattern. Okay. So the choice was now, do you talk to those who give the numbers and say, guys, unless we want to be dealing with these adverse cases, and some, we haven't gotten to a point where it is adverse. Adverse is if, say, the penis is actually nicked.
Yes.
Okay? You have caused a permanent damage on that child.
True.
Yes. So do you want us to get there? Or how do you want us to go about this? So it was a discussion. It was realized those high numbers are not productive. The purpose that you tended to serve was actually going to be negated. Because if word goes around that this is what happens, who's going to take their child for that voluntary medical male circumcision?
Nobody.
Because again, with the traditional circumcisers, one didn't hear very many of those problems, did one? But then again, where was the data being collected for the traditional process of circumcision?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is there's something wrong in that system, because that should not happen.
I agree with you. Although the study was carried out at Moi, the researchers warned that the situation could be worse in lower level health facilities. Surgical site infections can force patients to remain in hospital longer and may require additional treatment. The study found that patients involved in the research stayed in hospital for an average of 5 days. The Kenyan rate was also higher than the global figure reported by the WHO for low and middle income countries. In 2018, global guidelines for the prevention of surgical site infections, WHO said in low and middle income countries, 11% of patients who undergo surgery are infected in the process. Okay. No, they need to check out something. They need to check what's happening there. They probably need to just disinfect that entire operation room or rooms. And then just they go through their protocols. That's again.
Number one. Number two, are the people who perform these procedures all qualified?
Okay, good question.
these situations, when you talk system, you're talking personnel, you are talking the actual physical theater, you're talking equipment, then you're talking knowledge. The people who are charged with sterilizing and ensuring that it's a safe environment, are they adequately qualified?
Yeah.
And anyway, then let's go to the physical structure itself. Is it something that can pass all the safety tests and then the health safety tests that are required for somebody to have such a facility and to perform such processes?
I remember when I was in campus doing biotechnology, we would review protocols. Every time you get something off, an unexpected result, we would review protocols again from beginning to end, disinfect the entire lab.
Yes, you start afresh. You have to start afresh. There's no tuangalie labda hapa. Hapana, stop. Start.
Na tulikuanga na check nini. Ukifanya kitu fulani una tick. Ukifanya ka procedure fulani una tick. Unafuata your protocol to the very end.
Initial. Take initial. So they can come back and say,
na nini alifanya hii?
Okay, come. Explain.
Anyway, let's get into that thing that is called the traffic updates.
Traffic.
So I'm looking at Ngong Road. Ngong Road looks clean right now, but a few pockets of traffic pale hivyo, for example Ring Road Kilimani, kwa hiyo junction ya Ngong Road and Valley Road ambayo inajulikana siku hizi kama Nairobi Funeral Home. Hiyo mahali kidogo tu nile kidogo magari yanapatana pale, but it's moving nonetheless. Then we get into the CBD, that is town pale bomb blast. Hiyo stretch saizi imeshikamana because watu wanaingia town. Mahali pengine mnaweza patana na traffic ni pahali panajulikana kama Valley Road. That place is a mess because of that construction ongoing there. I wonder when they will finish, because during the day, that traffic. Landis Road as well. Kind of bumper to bumper right now because folks are getting into the CBD. Hapa ndio mmekuja kutafuta. Haya, Pangani is looking good. Not the usual traffic we expect. Actually, right now, if you're passing through that place, you're probably just cruising through. Just a slight snarl up. But beyond that, man, you guys are moving quite well. That is as far as Thika Superhighway is concerned. If I go back all the way to Kianga Kenyatta University, kumeshikamana huko. Hii imeanzia traffic imeanzia Kahawa Garrison, and it's going all the way into Githurai, past Githurai, and probably dissipates at around Kasarani there Mwiki. Hapo ndio traffic inaisha. That is if you're going into town. Man, it's really, really thick from what I'm seeing on this particular map. But everything else after that is moving quite well. Ngong Road nimewambia iko sawa. Watu wa Yakiwe muna cruise vizuri tena sana. Hamna shida yoyote. Watu wa huku ni wapi sasa? Huku ni no. Huku kule mahali huku kukosa kinaangata Rongai, nimewambia huko mnasonga vizuri, hamna shida yoyote. If I take you to Mombasa County, what can I say about Mombasa County? Mombasa County looks good. New Nile Bridge, Makupa, Moi Avenue, this is Fort Jesus. Huko kote barabara yote Mkomani, mko tu sawa. Ukiona kitu tafadhali tuambie katika mtandao.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
So we shall start with Taifa Leo. Silaha fiche ya Sifuna. Wanamaanisha nini? Seneta wa Nairobi Edwin Sifuna na viongozi wa vuguvugu la Linda Mwananchi wameanza kutekeleza mkakati wa pande mbili, huku wakijiandaa kwa uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027. Huku kundi hilo likiendelea na mapambano ya kisheria kuhifadhi jina la Linda Mwananchi, pia limeanzisha juhudi za kutafuta chama mbadala cha kisiasa litakachotumia endapo halitafaulu mahakamani. Habari kamili utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. I know I saw that Linda party. Did you see? Have you seen that Linda party that has taken that Linda name? They're using even the colors. It's blue. They are called Liberty for Development something. Liberty. Anyway, the point is they are calling themselves Linda, and Linda now is an acronym. And I was like, si mupatiane tu kitu na msaa. Because akina Sifuna hii kitu wametumia for a very long time, and I would feel really bad if they lost that particular brand, because according to Sifuna, he was saying they're not even fighting for the name Linda. It's the brand that is Linda Mwananchi. Yeah, and then this new party, that has more or less identity thieved, although that has not been determined. It is yet to be determined by the courts. But that other Linda party, man, it's using their colors kabisa, yani wanajita Linda kabisa with a touch of red somewhere and white, of course. Nimesympathize na watu sana, na wahurumia kina Sifuna, watafuta tu chama ingine na wa move on, waanze kuipigia debe mapema, au sio?
Inaitwa siasa, brother. Yes, and siasa and development are often diametrically opposed. And development here is not a question of infrastructure,
yes,
and the construction of brick and mortar. No. Development begins with how the mind is trained within the boundaries of your country from a very early stage, meaning the education system that you have. Development starts there.
Yeah.
Not building roads. If you have a faulty education system, then you'll have learners who are faulty in their learning and in the acquisition of knowledge. And at the point where they're adults, can you imagine what they'll present? Yeah, so that development is a thing that is often not talked about by those who are in this political space, all claiming to want to be something or the other,
yes,
and to do something or the other for all the citizens of this country. Okay, and yet when they talk development, their mind seems to be focused primarily on what? On physical infrastructure.
Yeah,
whereas the fundamental that makes a nation move forward is the investment they make in the development of the mind and the body and the spirit of their citizenry, beginning from the time they're children. But that is not talked about at all.
You know, sometimes when I look at our cheap politics, especially on vitu kama hizi ndogo kama jina, I look at us and then I look at the West and I just feel sad. I don't think you'd ever find a party in the US, for example. So we know the prominent ones are the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. I'm sure there are other parties as well. Lakini sidhani utaipata mtu ameenda ameregister party anaita the Republican Eastern Party. Why? Because the Republican Party already is a brand, you know. I don't think I'll ever find, and maybe there is, I might be wrong on this, I don't think I'll ever find someone registering another Democratic Party and then they call it Democratic Party America.
We should pay keen attention to some of these goings on.
Yeah,
because they tell us something we should pay heed to. How our people seem to understand politics and development, and how our people seem to think that they should go about the business of politicking and the business of claiming that at the heart of their conversation, the citizens are at the center. Yes, they must be observed. Because again, in all these conversations, the citizen doesn't appear very prominently, do they?
Yeah.
No.
They don't.
No, they don't. And yet, their names are mentioned. The people of Kenya.
Yeah.
The people. The citizens. And for some reason, every time you mention the citizens, the people of Kenya,
yes,
you are talking about an understanding and an agreement that they've all arrived at. And you're not sure when it is that this consensus was arrived at. But it is spoken of as though it is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
This is what the people want. This is what the people... We are representing the aspiration of the people. Now, you see, that's the focus of our politicking.
Yes.
And lost in that conversation are these germane discussions that we should have about the real development that we should be focusing on.
True story.
Because the moment you focus on these things, you know everything else is lost.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about the CBE.
The health.
No. University. These should take center stage. Agriculture is spoken of, and I give credit for the discussion around it and what the government is seeking to do. That is credit due to them. Okay? But beyond that, what else? Are we guaranteeing that we're going to be able to feed ourselves? And not Gulana Kulalu. No. That story we've heard. Long before Galana Kulalu came into being.
Yeah.
Subsistence farming in Kenya fed families and even educated families. Where is the plan to get this going so that people can actually be food secure within the confines of their own particular regions.
True.
And not necessarily requiring government assistance or aid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Senator, nishamalizana hiyo. Demokrasia question mark. Wazee hapa ndio kusema. Wazee kaskazini mwa nchi huchunguza wagombeaji na kupendekeza kwa umma wanaofaa. Hii ni story tumesikia. Stories za Northeastern, how the wazees decide that look, you do what you want, it is Abdi that we have endorsed.
That is a system now, and it has been for some time, like all systems.
Yeah.
It changes.
It does.
In very many parts of this country, it was the same. And it was wazee and church leaders. When they've endorsed someone, that person will become the elected leader. That changed. So even that, in time, will change. And part of the reason why it will change is, if you listen to conversations around it, many people say that that system has been corrupted. The wazee, again, do not look into and after the interest of the citizenry. They look after their own interests. These are the things that one hears being said about that particular system. So essentially, those who were tasked with the burden and the duty of looking after the interests, that's why when you call them mzee in this country, it's not just a term. You're somebody who, even if you don't understand it, you're charged with a certain responsibility of others other than yourself. That's why you're a mzee.
Huduma hospitalini zalemazwa. Mgomo wa wauguzi umeingia wiki ya 4 huku mazungumzo ya kutafuta suluhisho ya kikwama. Stories on page what? Hii hata wajaandika. Naibu Rais Tanzania ajiuzulu. Daktari Nchimbi ametangaza uamuzi wa kujiuzulu na kustaafu siasa kuanzia September 4th, 2026. This man. Have you been following the drama in Tanzania regarding the resignation of their deputy president?
I saw a picture of the deputy president.
Yes.
And by all accounts, he looked rather angry, and I wondered why.
Yes. So he has resigned effective September 4th, but the drama around his resignation, man. This is a guy who took oath of office 9 months ago.
I clearly, no, I did not read that story. I just saw a picture of the gentleman.
Yes.
Looking not very happy with life.
Yeah. And then he has said that he is done with politics. But me, I think he just doesn't want to end up where Tundu Lissu is right now.
Tanzania will be going through their own trials and tribulations. But remember, it has been smooth sailing. Tanzania has had its fair share of assassinations of leaders.
Oh.
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Tanzania, not Tanganyika.
Tanzania.
That is, Zanzibar, which is part of Tanzania, had a bloody coup. Bloody coup. It was led by the Afro-Shirazi party. Okay? By the time, see, that was an enclave of the Omani Arabs. And essentially, you're talking about a monarchy.
Yep.
And the locals always felt marginalized. So this was an uprising of the locals. It wasn't one. No. There was the first one. There was a second one led by somebody called Tito Okello, who actually came from Uganda. So it is a checkered history of people, this understanding what you are and where you stand, okay? And what it is that your aspirations are.
Yeah.
This is what we are seeing here. We should thank God on our knees.
Yeah.
That even as we say the things we say,
yes,
we have a structure and a framework within which we can refer.
And you mean Kenya?
That's us. We have the 2010 Constitution.
Yeah. We are lucky.
We are fortunate. One could argue blessed is the word.
True. Shule za lemaa mgao wao ukipungua, wakuu wa shule waonya uhaba wa fedha unaoathiri ubora wa elimu. Alafu pale Chelsea yaanza EPL kwa kishindo. Ilipata ushindi wa 3-2 ugenini dhidi ya Fulham Jumatatu siku. Big shout out to Chelsea. Congratulations to the players and of course to the supporters of that great team. Could this be your season, Chelsea? Well, let's wait and see. The Standard, murder in the family is what they're calling it. Professor David Ndete, a renowned Professor David Ndete, a renowned mental health expert, never anticipated that his family would be ripped apart by what is turning out to be a bitter property dispute. 2 murders, 1 bitter family feud, and a 1.5 billion land war. The killing of Dr. Victoria Mutiso has ripped open the family's darkest battles, with allegations of betrayal, revenge, and a deadly property fight now spilling into court. Investigators are probing whether her murder and the early assassination of lawyer Matthew Chalo Mbobu are connected, while the suspects are fighting back, claiming they are being set up in a long-running battle over the land. That's what is on page 4 and 5. I watched a brief the whatever court proceedings on the news yesterday, and me, what I can tell you, mi nilikuwa ninaangalia watu naona ni kama hawana remorse. Maybe mimi ndio nilikuwa na vitu zangu, sijui kama nyinyi mliona pia, but mimi hata nikiwa kotini city, mimi naweza nyenyekea. Unajua kunyenyekea, unatulia, unasema yes your honor, no your honor, yes sir, no sir, yes madam, no madam, no. Kasauti na kanyonga. Unajua kunyonga sauti city, na nyonga sauti. Yani hii base itapotea. Nitaongea yani kama msee mwenye I have everything to lose, because literally I have everything to lose, including my neck. So when I'm speaking even to the prosecutors, to even my lawyers and the lawyers from I'll be very, unajua ile unatulia unasema, hata ukiulizwa, so where were you on Monday? Oh my god, Monday, thank you for that question. On Monday, ndanyenyekea. But what I saw yesterday, kunyenyekea maybe exists only in my vocabulary.
One of the things that sometimes can give the impression that somebody is not humble is just the shock of being in the dock.
Yeah.
When being arrested, don't think it sits easily at you being arrested. And then there's an accusation hanging over you. It can throw you off balance completely.
Yeah.
The calmness and demeanor that somebody may ordinarily have will fly out of the window. Because, see, now you're in the public domain. Everybody you know is watching.
Yes.
Everybody you go to church with is watching.
Oh, yes.
You have grown-up children who have friends. If you have grandchildren, they're watching. It is one of the most bizarre moments that anybody can ever encounter. It's like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah.
So don't expect anything that you would consider natural to occur in such a setting, because we do not get to hear or read of cases like this in Kenya often.
Yes.
Where the family of one man is directly responsible for killing another member of that family.
Yeah.
Yes. We, as Kenyans, embraced polygamy. It is permissible.
Yep.
There are guardrails, but it is permissible.
Very true.
The multiplicity of families is something which is permissible. So when this happens, it opens up not a can of worms, it opens an entire factory of cans of worms.
You're right. Sifuna's choices. The opposition movement led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna yesterday obtained orders from the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, halting registration of Linda Mwananchi as a party by any other group pending determination of its application. But with electoral timelines fast approaching, the breakaway ODM faction is reportedly scouting for an alternative party in case it loses the legal battle. We wish them all the best. That story is on page 4 to 5. Family on trial for doctor's killing blames wars on 1.5 billion land. Hiyo tumeongelelea. The tribunal had that one is about the tribunal. Yeah. Okay, so the options according to the Nation that they have is the United Democratic Party set for rebranding to Okombozi People's Party, People's Renaissance Movement, also known as PM, and then hizi ni gani wase? Hii kuna barakoa, United Patriotic Party. Why on earth is a barakoa their party symbol?
Paul, it's their choice. It's a season for having mageuzi terminology attached to political parties. Liberation, ukombozi, demonstration, Renaissance. We've never had a liking for colors. We've had the Orange Democratic Party. I was hoping at some point we'd have the purple Forward Movement Party or something. But again, This diversity, if you look at the names of parties that we have in Kenya, some of them are absolutely quite interesting. You're not sure whether it's the name of the party or they're describing what they do.
Because why on earth do we have a barakoa face mask as our party symbol? Unaona hii?
Paul, which country are we in?
We're in Kenya.
Thank
you for the remembrance. Haya, Kenya Airways plunges into 16 billion half-year net loss. Mi kitu hata sijuani.
Read the details. When you read
Page
the details, you'll likely understand. We talk about Kenya Airways as though we are talking about a sugar cane factory. They're not the same thing.
Okay.
We're not talking about a fruit canning factory. Neither are we talking about a detergent making factory.
Yes.
An airline runs very differently from all these operations. And to understand how the loss can occur, one needs to understand how an airline actually operates.
Okay.
Yes.
Over to you.
Thank you, sir. In the... it's called the Star newspaper. Kenya Airways posts the same amount that you've mentioned. These guys also believe that that 16 billion.
Yes.
Same, like you.
It's cray-cray.
Yeah, Apple. The Ukombozi party is Edwin Sifuna's new home. That's a question they're being asked. Same story. Same story. Then, Winnie steps back as Raila Jr. is endorsed to run for Kibra MP seat. It's an unfolding story. We will wait and see how it unfolds. Okay? Back to school cost hits parents as families face tough economy. There's something here that is a preamble to this story, and I will read it. Dear parent or guardian, kindly note that no learner will be allowed to report back to school unless all the fees and all required items are fully cleared. This thing, there are few things that irk me more than this. Very few. This, prime position.
Stop.
Without meeting all the requirements, your child will be sent back home as others begin their opener exams. Why don't you just close the school, okay, and go and do another business, okay, where you are actually selling something. So before somebody walks away with whatever item it is, they've already paid you.
Yeah.
Schools need to function. They need to run.
Go sell ice cream.
In cold weather. We understand fully, okay?
Yes.
Is there not a better way of handling this fees issue? Really, the ultimate solution is to have free education. Let's discuss that on another day when we're looking at education.
Are those private schools or public?
You think there's a difference?
You know, if you get in a private school...
Do you think there is a difference?
What can be about city? How do we run the school without money?
That is the reason why schools are given capitation. What do you think capitation is for?
But I'm talking about private.
No, private, I understand. I have said... Can you find a more humane way?
Okay.
People were sent home in the time when I was a student in secondary school. Okay? It has been part of the history. Where did we get this barbaric way of dealing? That child doesn't pay fees. How do you get the parent in? So you think that if you send the child, the parent will be awake. I was a head teacher and I would send children to go and bring their parents, not to stay home.
Okay.
And you're told, you learn today, tomorrow.
Enda nyumbani?
Just go the normal day.
Kuja na mzazi.
And with a note. Na usikuje bila mzazi. That's the point. Not, don't come to school. The moment you come with a parent, you go back to class.
Let me deal with the parent.
You're talking to the person who pays the fees.
Yeah.
Back in the middle of the paper, Rigathi declares he's running for president, says he's not just a mobilizer. The Gachagua State House bid Jols Kalonzo Sifuna. Does it really? This was in the offing. Why on earth are they being shocked? Every utterance that Gachagua has made was heading in this direction at some point. And clearly there's a gap he has seen, and he's taking it. So, if they haven't taken it, he has decided to take it. This is politics, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ikitu bana unajipaga. Ni kujipaga.
Na mapema. There's a picture in the middle of this paper of mom, son, daughter detained in Victoria murder case. That is what we have in the Star newspaper. In the Business Daily, there's a quotation here by in the intelligence section where somebody called Lenin Nganga. They've written Nganga. So I don't know if it's Nganga or Nganga.
Okay.
For many firms in the creative sector, a 5% deduction from gross revenue can represent a substantial portion of the profit, if you say so. In the life section, has team building gone too far? HR experts weigh in. That's the story. Boon for hoteliers as confined room bookings rise. Local hoteliers project higher room bookings in the 4 months to November 2026, reflecting a stronger conference season as international meetings and corporate travel lifts demand for accommodation. KQ half-year loss, that one we've already spoken of, it was in the other papers as well. Blow to graduates as CEOs freeze hiring on job market pause. This was likely to happen. If an economy has a downward turn, then employment will also follow suit. Police KRA gain access to parcels ferried by Uber and Bolt. App-based courier platforms such as Uber, Bolt, Glovo and Little will from next month be required to verify and record the contents of customer parcels that the tax-ban police and communication watchdog will access. The Communication Authority has issued new licensing requirements that demand that the online courier platforms record the contents of parcels, sender details and recipient information. This isn't new. No. If you send parcels by G4S and all the other courier,
Wells Fargo,
yes, you don't bring the package packaged. They see it. Yeah, they see it. You can bring your package and they see it. And if you don't, they'll package it for you. They are not going to send it before they've seen it.
Okay.
Yes.
This is akina nani na akina G4S akina.
Yes. UPS and these.
So unakujanga hapo unaambia nataka kutuma hiki kombe Kakamega.
They can see the cup.
So you package it there.
Yes.
Okay.
If you come with it package, no. We need to see. Please allow us. Okay. NSSF reveals 38 billion stake in Kenya Pipeline after IPO. Pension scheme acquires 22% ownership of the firm's IPO. Fund stake gives state monopoly control in KPC. Okay? This is a straightforward story. That's it.
Umekafunga? Louis Rudasingo amesema good morning. Peter Ogore amesema NM. Okay. William Musita amesema morning team, sad day indeed, farewell Dolly Parton. Lukins amesema good morning City Mbuvi and all Kenyans. Cesarino amesema things called trademarks, IP, patent and copyrights in Kenya they only work for the high and mighty. As startups we have gone through hurdles only for government to launch the same after 4 years. Wa? Hiyo ni noma. Majoka anasema Linda Party started their registration process in November of 2024, way before Linda Mwananchi came into being. It's Sifuna's team that is clinging on someone's brand. But do we really think that Sifuna would be clinging on someone's brand? Do we really? Anyway, I don't know. Cesarino amesema, Cesarino anaongea na majoka hapo. Alando amesema good morning City and Mbuvi. Osotsi and Sifuna must have been working behind the scenes to get the Renaissance Party registered, anticipating the current situation. That's just my view. Well, Alando, again, it's always good to have what? Plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah, because in this country called Kenya, you just never know. Right now, though, let's get into the news.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 additional suspects have been charged of an alleged 1.5 billion Kenya shillings fraud involving the Program for Rural Outreach of Financial Innovations and Technologies. Eric Otieno Achila and Susan Wangari appeared before the Anti-Corruption Court in Nairobi and denied 3 and 4 counts of fraud respectively. Achila was granted a 1.5 million bond with a similar surety or a cash bail of 650,000, while Wangari was granted a 1.5 million bond with a similar surety or cash bail of 700,000 Kenya shillings. The case will be mentioned on September 2nd, 2026. Nurses have accused the county governments of failing to honor agreements aimed at ending the ongoing standoff that has disrupted health services. The Kenya National Union of Nurses accused the Council of Governors of doublespeak, saying counties have shown no goodwill in resolving their grievances. Speaking during their weekly demonstrations from the Green Park terminus, the Council of Governors offices in Westlands, the nurses said they remain open to dialogue but want counties to honor the return to work formula and adopt the agreed career progression guidelines.
We cannot have a nurse who is working in Turkana being treated with impunity or rather differently from a nurse working in Nairobi. Those people having been in class and having same qualification should be treated equally, and that is why we are saying that we do not have a career guideline that recognizes the nurses who have specialized.
For us to go back to work, we have our minimum things that must be done. Our CBA is not negotiable.
Political leaders who associate with goons or promote violence could be barred from contesting in the 2027 general election. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission says it will strictly enforce election laws to prevent leaders who fuel violence, division and political polarization from appearing on the ballot. The National Police Service has also pledged to step up surveillance of politicians linked to violence as part of efforts to safeguard the integrity of the 2027 polls.
We have something called Electoral Code of Conduct under the Elections Act and under Article 84 of the Constitution. That is the tool that we'll be using to hold politicians accountable.
The National Police Service will ensure the surveillance, detection, investigation, arrests, prevention of crime, and instances of political instigated violence.
The National Cohesion and Integration Commission is deeply concerned by the growing manifestations of political intolerance.
Kilifi North Member of Parliament Owen Baya is backing the Trust Administration Bill, saying it will strengthen oversight of trust and curb the concealment of illicit wealth. Speaking in Parliament, Baya said the proposed law will introduce tighter regulation, with the rogue corporate trustees facing fines of up to 20 million Kenya shillings. He added that a registrar of beneficial owners will promote transparency and help prevent tax evasion through unregulated trusts.
Mr. Speaker, this bill provides a modern, watertight legislative architecture that seals the loopholes historically used to hide illicit wealth or evade tax liabilities through unregulated trusts. Now we are regulating trusts. You cannot evade taxes. You cannot run away from responsibility of the trust, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by anchoring strict penalties of up to 20 million, and this is fundamental, 20 million fine for rogue corporate trustees, Honorable Speaker. If we have a rogue corporate trustee, Honorable Speaker, you'll be fined up to 20 million.
Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has ordered a manhunt for armed kidnappers accused of attacking 4 villages in Niger State. The attacks reportedly took place last Friday, with residents saying several mosques were targeted simultaneously during prayers. A local youth leader claimed as many as 500 people may have been abducted, although the figure has not yet been independently verified. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. Michael Orlando amesema good morning. Well, Michael, good morning to you too. Now we are going to be getting into a conversation in this hour. Someone introduced me to this topic just the other day. Anaitwa Dismas Mokua. And he told me there's this thing called Magharibi Initiative. And I was like, hey, what on earth is the Magharibi Initiative? Well, he's here to let us know what exactly that is all about as we discuss the politics of this country from that perspective. Meanwhile, Mr. Dismas, habari ya asubuhi umeshinda namna gani?
Mzuri sana. I was wondering why you've not introduced me properly.
Hii shida chokot naingia kila wakati.
Dismas Mokua, the political risk analyst. Anza hapo. Then uendelee.
In studio we have political risk analyst. Dismas Mokua. Oh, there. You know, actually you're the only one I know who uses that title. Yeah. So you could be the only one.
And you should
as
say,
far as I'm concerned.
You should even say the Nairobi based.
The Nairobi based political risk analyst. Kuna wanyaribari chache.
What are you talking about, man? Why you're diluting my brand? And you know my lawyer is listening to this show, so you may be accused for libel, slander, brand assault, rolled into one.
Brand assault. Awesome.
You're assaulting my brand.
But Dismas, nice to have you.
Same here.
Here today. City, patia Dismas nini hiyo kitu methali hiyo tuone kama anajua ku analyze your proverb.
Yes, our proverbs the whole of this week come from the last colonized state on the continent of Africa called Western Sahara. Okay? Now those would argue differently, but it is colonized by Morocco. It had been colonized by Mauritania. Mauritania relinquished those colonial powers, but Morocco has maintained, and it controls 70% of the country.
Wow.
30% is controlled by Polisario. And they have a government in exile in Algeria. Okay? Land where the stones know you is of more value than where man knows you.
Well, it appears that stones are more reliable than human beings.
As weapons.
No. Well, you may be referring to members of a particular soccer club.
Yes.
Which again may attract libel and slander.
Okay. All right. Stones are more reliable than human beings, City.
Well, they are a constant. They can be, if it's a boulder, it can be a landmark. And it can even be known. A place can be known by that. But what they're trying to tell you is that unless it is moved, it is consistent.
Yes.
And there's a certain frailty to human opinions and human associations. Sometimes they're transient. Yes.
Or does it mean that stones have no selfish interest in relationships?
No, if you're talking about items, let me use the word commodities wrongly here. But if you're talking about structures that are absolutely neutral, it's a stone. Yes, you can't see the stone in the middle of the road. No, that road probably found the stone there.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you know, there are some places, I can't remember which desert, where stones, boulders, are actually moved by rainwater, because when it really rains and there's heavy downpour, that mud becomes a sludge, and then the sludge just moves these boulders across deserts.
That happens, but also when roads are cut out of mountains, it dislodges the stones that are part of the formation of the mountain.
Yes.
And again, if there's movement, there's rain, as you correctly say, some stones, some rocks can be dislodged from wherever they are, and they can block the road. But again, if you live in a place which is recognized to have many stones, those features are older than the people who actually come from that particular place.
True story.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice I understand for people who've traveled all over the world, when they come to Africa, especially Kenya, they actually get surprised that we put up our stone houses. Wanashindwa sana, what is happening? Because I understand in many parts of the world, houses are made of wood.
Because of the temperatures. During winter, stone houses can be really, really cold.
Yeah, and understand that in several parts of the world, a stone house is made for the rich, the elite. So when they come to Kenya and find people with stone houses, they begin to wonder what is happening.
What did you tell them when they asked you?
I steered away from that conversation because I was not knowledgeable in the field.
No, but it is aspirational. Remember, there was a time when roofing essentially was grass, or
Thatch,
if you're at the coast, if you're at the coast, it was makuti. Yes, but with the time, a sign of prosperity was mabati. Okay,
and then tiles,
and then songs were sung, and then there were tiles, and then it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But if you look at, for instance, human habitations that were near the coast, which were warm, they built their houses with mud bricks, mixture with whatever, and those things lasted as long as those people lasted. If you were the coast, what they used was coral stones. It's natural, that's its natural habitat, and when you build with it, it actually rhymes with the climate and that particular ecosystem.
Yes.
You are talking about these formations that we have, cement, sand, they are stronger.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about a structure that fits with our environment, these mud huts that you know of, and the way they were thatched, and then they were walled and smoothed with cow dung, you have never seen a cooler place to stay in hot weather than those huts.
True story. Okay. So Magharibi initiative, if you do a little bit of search, you'll see that it is an initiative by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, who's also the Minister or CS for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. But what exactly is the Magharibi initiative?
Yeah, but I think before we go to Magharibi initiative, earlier on you spoke about something which I found to be very interesting while I was at the lobby.
Okay.
About the way people are forming political parties in Kenya. It appears that we've got very bright chaps. When guys are about to form a political party, or when there's a movement coming up, they will rush and register their name. And even at some stage, will demand resources.
Yes.
You remember during the formation of ODM and ODMK?
Yes.
There's a gentleman who is serving as a senator who is said to have disappeared with the certificates. So it appears like, you know the person.
Yes.
Is probably come from your neck of the hood.
Yes.
So that's even I think on social media or even in the digital space.
Yeah.
You can easily find somebody has registered a website with your name.
Very true.
And then now you have to go and talk to them, and buy them. Although I think it's against the laws in Kenya. So, for instance, I understand you want to run for president next year.
Yes.
Somebody will just say
mungalambuvi.com.
Yeah, for president. And then when you're looking for that address, inakuwa mteja. Then number two, the meeting yesterday where there were all stakeholders discussing the elections for next year, I think that was very useful because then now they begin to manage expectations. There are so many people, including the impeached deputy president, who says akona sira anataka kutoboa. So for me, I think IBC should be very proactive. In fact, IBC should know that if they're not proactive, they're in fact a threat to Kenya's national security.
Okay.
Yeah, because if they deliver this election in a manner that is not free, fair, nor credible, that is a recipe for disaster. And even if they've created those predictable systems for unpredictable outcomes, every stakeholder in Kenya must understand that in fact these systems are working. So that when IBC declares a winner, then people go home knowing this in fact is the winner.
Hakuna
maswali. You know, they say that now IBC needs to be like a Caesar's wife. So in my view, the biggest challenge facing IBC today is not technology, is not budgetary allocation, is strategic communications to ensure that every single Kenyan, that Mama Mboga, Mura, Halima, understand how the election is going to be done and understand that a probability of stealing an election is almost zero.
Yeah.
In fact, they should even make public the number of petitions they've won, because understand people lose election and take IBC to the courts. Probability of winning is almost zero. So that it's bulletproof. That way, we'll not have tension 1 year to the elections, and we will not have tensions 1 year after an election.
True.
So IBC has got a huge responsibility.
Yeah. And this is a very big opportunity for them, in my opinion, because Ethicon has been under scrutiny from a lot of quarters. So if he does what you're saying, or if IBC is able to achieve what you're saying, then I guess Wakenya watasema yenyewe some trust imerudi pale.
And I think as a media house, you've got this responsibility to keep the fire burning for IBC, so that every single day they must reassure us, because there are very few politicians who accept defeat. very few.
Yeah.
So if they lose, they'll blame their spouses, they'll blame the agents. Then IBC is the easiest person to blame, or body to blame. So that is why they must go the extra mile.
Let's hope and wait.
Hope is not a strategy. We must push them.
Oh yes, of course we have to be proactive in this process as well. Magharibi initiative, kitu gani hii?
Well, understand now as we're approaching the 2027 election, all these tier 1 politicians want to ensure that they've got a bargaining chip.
Very true.
And with the exit of, one of the people who has really caused the turbulence in Kenya, and people underrated him, was Mr. Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
You remember he was given a lemon and he has made a lemonade out of it.
He had a very sweet one.
Yeah. A few days ago he said he's not done with Mount Kenya. It's under key and lock. And he's going now to other places. And he's got the gift of gab. The way he speaks.
Very true.
It's very convincing. He says, my people have instructed me and I'm taking instructions. So I'm going to the rest of the world the rest of Kenya to place it under key and lock. That is why his opposition colleagues must be very careful, because he cannot be working hard while the rest are having a cup of tea and then they expect an endorsement on a silver platter. And I suspect if he's going to endorse somebody, then he's going to demand an arm and a leg.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you remember the other elections, Raila used to travel the entire of Kenya, and then people sit back and say, Mr. Raila Odinga, could you please endorse us? Yes, the person who has been doing the heavy lifting is Mr. Raila Odinga. You may not like Rigathi Gachagua, you may even hate him, but you have to give him credit that his gift of gab and the grassroots mobilization is something that is impressive.
But why would somebody hate him? Why? I mean, what is it that he has done that is hate-worthy?
It depends. Someone hates you and you have absolutely no idea why.
Maybe because of your beard.
Maybe because you're Luo.
Or maybe because the only thing you talk about is Mount Kenya politics, shareholding, to the exclusion of other Kenyans.
This is strange. Political talk, if you look at the diversity of it, many Kenyan politicians who consider themselves to be the voice of their people say similar things, maybe not in the same abrasive way, but they say the same thing. So
let's not forget, there's a time, you remember that time Rigathi Gachagua, while he was DP, said that police are carrying guns and when they come to the streets they're not coming to kiss you.
The things that have been uttered by that gentleman, from the very beginning were incendiary. There's very little that the man says that is not inflammable.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, people seem to like that now. Those who like that like such conversations. But he's not the only one who says inflammatory things.
No. But I was asking you that question of hate. Maybe perhaps someone who lost a loved one in that particular melee, or someone who was maimed during that time. You think that person will have a liking for Rigiji? I don't think
so. Yes and no. You see, the part of the hatred may not be for any of the things you say, and the things you say are a good reason for somebody to think in that direction. But it is more that he says things that people only think but they don't say.
Yeah.
He comes out and actually says it. Okay? So we will label him as being abrasive, as being all manner of things, all interesting adjectives to describe him, and not the really positive adjectives. But that's his approach, and it seems to work for him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the reason why people maybe have got a phobia for him, we used to have Raila phobia. I think very soon we are going to have
Rigathi phobia.
We.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the words from the late Wamala Kijana. Raila phobia. Now we may have Rigathi phobia, and I guess the reason would be if you crystallize it into a capsule, is that he's got power, but considered to be responsible.
Dismas, let me ask something. Is it really responsible to generalize things of that nature? Because we had Raila phobia. Who is we? We have Rigathi phobia. Who is we? I ask this question because we don't just begin the generalization from whence it began, and you've taken us to the origins of some of these things. But I am talking about the we when you get granular with our politics and we move from the national arena to the enclaves where we come from. The we again features. But where it features most broadly is when politicians make statements in the here and now more than at any time. That we factor has featured enormously. Every statement is prefaced by we or the people of Kenya and
Sisi.
Yes, and what is implied is a consensus. And every time I'm wondering, I mean, I'm not in this consensus. So these people they're talking about, who are they? That's why I ask. The we has to be qualified. Yes.
Someone like Kijana who said, as some say that there are people when they loved and respect Raila Odinga, and then on the other extreme side, the others who had a phobia, that whatever Mr. Raila Odinga said, people did it with biases. And it's not limited to Kenya. There's this powerful American icon who passed on yesterday called Dolly Parton. And watching American media, they're saying that's probably among the few Americans who does not elicit any emotional hostilities. That every American believes this person is solid. That she's not either seen as a Republican or a Democrat. Yeah. Now, the leader of the Democrats in the Congress had a meeting with Trump's son-in-law, and the people are already giving him a beating. I think it's called Jeffrey Hakim. Met with Kushner. Then people are saying, wait a minute, why are you meeting with these gentlemen? We don't expect this kind of a meeting. Because understand Jeffrey is about to become the speaker. So people are saying, okay, is this part of elite bargaining? What is happening in this space?
Yeah.
So as Sechi is saying, these things depend on the reference point.
True.
But there are people who had the fear of Mr. Raila Odinga in many parts of Kenya, including Mount Kenya, that understand if a kid refused to eat, alikuwa anaambiwa we are going to summon Mr. Raila Odinga, and then appetite all of a sudden inakuja. Yeah.
Kura manite Raila.
Yeah. And you know, public servants of rank made those confessions.
Yes.
No, but I guess to be a successful politician, you don't need to be somebody who's selling ice cream, as we are being told. So there must be people who like you and others who don't. That is why in an election, the winner is supposed to get about, in a democratic election, the winner gets about 51%. Because the rest of the people don't think you are anything to write home.
Okay. Now, bringing it back to that whole Magharibi initiative, I know it's something that Musalia Mudavadi ameanzisha. It's a movement. Are we looking at a is he trying to establish some level of kingship as far as the Western region is concerned, with all this Sajili Watu initiative and that is within the larger Magharibi initiative?
You know, going back to Musalia Mudavadi, he joined politics at the age of 29. And among the current public servants of rank or state officers, one would easily say that he is one of the most experienced and one of the most knowledgeable, with a very solid understanding of statecraft.
Okay.
I have no idea what you were doing when you were 29 years old, but at 29 years old, he was sitting at the cabinet. Then he was Minister for Finance, and then he was Minister responsible for ICT.
Okay.
In fact, much of the liberalization you see in Kenya, whether it's the financial sector or even telecoms, is attributed to him. Now, just before the last general elections,
yes,
him and Moses Wetangula came together and said they were going to support then Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. You recall the earthquake moment, which shifted the political conversations in Kenya. And you remember at that stage, nobody wanted to touch William Samoei Ruto. He was being treated somebody like
who is nobody?
Nobody in the political space.
Yeah, nobody in the political space.
It's not true. This was.
It's true. It's true. Majority of the politicians were aligned to the other formation.
That's a truer statement. A large number, we're not even sure the majority, because if you say majority, I will ask for statistics. A large number of people were not in favor of William Ruto. That I will accept. But no one, no.
He was being treated with a lot of caution. And then you remember now the earthquake moments, then it moved the needle. In fact, I recall when they were having their meeting at Bomas,
yes,
the ANC, when people started seeing troops coming in from UDA, people were in a state of shock. And then now they came with the earthquake moments. So that actually people believe that the elections were won and lost in Western Kenya. And you remember when Mr. Wetangula was being kicked out of the leadership position in the Senate, he said it's going to be messy, it's going to have a lot of casualties.
Yes.
And indeed, that election had casualties, and it was messy. Now, my understanding of this Magharibi initiative, outside the fact that it's been led by Musalia Mudavadi, is to consolidate the Western Kenya vote into one block. And I think by starting the Magharibi initiative, he has also now raised the bar, because I understand it's going to cover the entire western part of Kenya.
All right.
And according to people who attended those meetings, they have indicated that the initiative has got nothing to do with the electoral cycle of 5 years. That it's that part of the world which is coming together to identify their priorities and interests.
Yes.
And one hopes that when they identify their priorities and interests, they would actually feed into this national conversation that we're having in Kenya, the beyond 2030, so that the national conversation is going to be anchored by people's interests and aspirations. And while it's going to be led by politicians, in my view, the politicians should take a backseat. Because part of the challenge that these visions have is that when politicians are the ones who are running the show, they tend to give it to look at it from a political lens, and more often than not, the actual morale on the ground does not have his idea. And then another thing I see people talking about the initiative from Western Kenya is about the need for voter registration and voter turnout. It's the case that a number of people who have turned 18, they may be having their national cards, their national identification cards, but they do not bother to register as voters. And a good number may register as voters, but on the material day, they don't show up to cast to vote. Now, a number of people who do not cast their ballots are the first ones to complain about leadership. So one wonders that if you've not cast your ballot, why are you complaining about leadership? And political scientists say that failure to vote is actually voting for mediocrity or voting for the other person. So I also understand that they'll be working very hard to ensure that people register as voters. According to statistics, it's 2.4, and I think they're having a target. They want to get to about 3 million votes. So that would be very useful. And finally, is the need now for the community to speak in one voice, so that they can move forward in the same direction, which again may be a good thing depending on how you look at it. Because if a community is not united, then people are pulling in different directions, chances are very high that you may get lost. But in my view, this one voice must be a consultative process where people sit under a mango tree and there's a cross-pollination of ideas and people discuss things openly without a fear of intimidation or coercion.
You know, with this whole issue of the Luhya nation, we understand there are very many sub-tribes within the Luhya. There's the Maragoli,
You have no idea.
Sujui kuna nani. How many are they, roughly? They 8, they 10, they more than 20.
What you need to do, go county by county and ask yourself, what are the sub-tribes of each of those kind of counties we refer to as counties of Western Kenya?
Okay.
Start with Vihiga. Look at the number of sub-tribes. Then go to Kakamega.
So we don't know the number, basically.
No, I don't know. Not we. I
No, I'm actually talking about the entire country because
people do know.
Sijaisikia Mluhya mwenye hata wenye umekuja hapa kwa studio. Sijaisikia Mluhya kuja kusema the Luhya nation has got 17 sub-tribes.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Have you heard of a sub-tribe called the Tachoni?
No, I have not.
Do you know where they come from in Western Kenya?
Tachoni is in Busia.
No, it is in Kakamega.
You said Tachoni?
Yes, Tachoni.
Sijawasikia how.
Okay.
Never ever.
Everybody has heard of the Maragoli. And you assume that the Maragoli are the only people who are in Vihiga County.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
The point I'm trying to make here is this. Why don't I take the discussion, say, to the coast, for instance? Not coast, lower coast. You hear of Mijikenda. You know why they're called Mijikenda?
Why?
9.
Do you know these sub-tribes of the Mijikenda? Name 3.
of the Mijikenda.
Bajuni?
Yes.
There's Pokomo.
No, Bajuni in Lamu.
Kuna Pokomo.
Pokomo is in Tana River.
Wait, what was the question again? Sorry, maybe I didn't understand it. What
the building blocks of Mijikenda.
So
yes,
I mentioned
Mijikenda. I said Mijikenda.
Yes,
not coastal. I said let's go to the coast. Let's talk about the Mijikenda.
Chonyi si wa Mijikenda?
Chonyi.
Chicho ndio Chonyi.
Yes.
Aya. Giriama?
Yes, Mijikenda.
Pokomo?
No, that's Tana River now.
Pokomo are not Mijikenda?
No, they are not.
Pokomo are not Mijikenda?
No, they are not.
Did my GHC lie to me? Okay,
Bro,
I'll confirm.
That's in Tana River. Okay? Mijikenda, Giriama, Digo, Chonyi, Kauma, Rabai, Ribe, even I fail at 6 or 7.
Yes.
But not Pokomo are not. It's like telling me that the Taita Mijikenda, they are not.
So
what of Kisii?
Yes,
Kisii,
let's come to Kisii.
Kisii kuna sub-tribes?
Well, I think clans.
Okay. But you speak the same language.
But sub-tribes doesn't mean they don't speak the same language. They speak the same language.
It could be the same language, although the dictions could be slightly different.
And you can tell, so-and-so comes from such and such a place. The point I'm trying to make here is this. We don't usually know. I who grew up at the coast, I will mention 7. When I'm sitting quietly, the others will come and I will tell you, kuna hawa na hawa na hawa. Because the time I could drill it all off. But if you don't understand that diversity, and those who come from those communities take great exception when somebody assumes that they are all in one bundle. Okay? Every time you talk about the South Coast, what you talk about are the Digo. But they are not the only inhabitants of the South Coast.
You're right. Pokomo are not part of this, but let me just mention the 9 subtypes haraka turudi kwa Waluya.
Tumeenda kwa GHC.
Giriama, Digo, Duruma, Chonyi, Rabai, Kauma, Jibana, Kambe and Ribe.
Yes.
Kwa Waluya nimetumiwa a list here by our resident Luya expert. So let me read them real quick.
Resident Luya expert.
Yeah. He tells me they're between 18 to 20, but he has sent a list of 18. So we have Bukusu, Maragoli, Banyala, Banyore, Kabras, Isuka, Wanga, Tiriki, Tachoni, Samia, Batsotso, Bahayo, Marachi, Idaho, Marama, Kisa, Abahenye, and Batura. But yes, so 18.
Are you sending your GHC teacher a note?
No, I'm sure if I go back nilipita hiyo mtihani.
Ama hiyo klasi wakati ilikuwa inafundishwa
nilikuanga nimetumwa
thing. I figured the Pokomo in the coast Mijikenda.
City bwana achana mimi.
He's assaulting your brand.
But yeah, so 18 sub-tribes of the Luya nation. So these guys basically don't speak the same, or because I'd like to understand. If a Kabras, for example, and Isuka met, would they understand each other?
There are languages that are understood right across all these particular sub-tribes. People have an inkling as to what you're saying, which means the root of that particular language is similar. Okay, but over time, inflections and everything else that influences languages come in. The reason why I wanted us to go into this detail, first of all, is to demonstrate that we actually don't know the details of some of these things. That's the first one. And I'm among those people who doesn't know. I'm a man who grew up at the coast, and I am limited in my knowledge. Okay? But more importantly, when somebody seeks and hopes to now unite a group with so many sub-tribes, okay, what are you saying? Are you going to go to all these 18 people and 18 groupings and ask them what their aspirations are, and then ask yourself, let's amalgamate them into counties or sub-counties and see how we can go about it? What are you going to do? Or is it one of these top-down approaches where you have decided, as opposed to starting with as we call it, the ground, and ask them, ground, what do you think about this matter? Then the ground speaks to you and tells you, this is what we think. And then you say, this is what my ground has told me, and this is what... How do you go about it? An initiative of that sort is a good one. It's just a very, should we say, a nationalistic circle. You are trying to get to understand what your people think, and you're also trying to see if your people can shape a a process that will make them not just prominent, but take advantage of the resources they have, beginning with the human resource, the human capital, and everything else that they have. But these things have to be clear.
Yeah.
And people must chime in and say that the aspirations that they have at the local level chimes with that huge nationalistic view that you have. This is not something that starts and ends with just the terminology. It is hard back-breaking work where you actually have to take the time to listen, not to talk, to listen.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think this one, like what I saw, is it was some sort of a tunnel. The first one, which has taken place in Kakamega, where people from all the constituencies came, and they were given the opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
They aired their views, of course, with elected leaders, opinion leaders, and thought leaders. And in my view, that is how Kenya needs to make progress. Because more often than not, the political leadership or the elites would actually assume that they know what Mura, or in this case Nanjala, wants at the grassroots level. But they must be given the opportunity to speak and out their views. And more often than not, they surprise the leadership. You know, you may be surprised to know that there's a very high chance that every Kenyan knows the problems we are facing in Kenya today.
Okay.
And all of them know the solutions. So all they need is a leadership which can actually deliver on the solutions.
Yeah.
Right now, it's been reported that KQ has gone into turbulence. Believe you me, every Kenyan, if you give them basic information, they will read and understand, and they will give you the solution. What they lack is the capacity for execution.
Okay.
So now, like for these movements, if they're able to go through the entire of those counties, and then they come up with a rallying point on their socio-economic trajectory, then that is something which would assist the community. And in my view, that is something which should be done across the entire nation.
Yes.
So that we come together, and even as we discuss this thing called the Beyond 2030 and the national conversation, it's anchored by people's interests and aspirations. The reason why most administrations would face challenges is when you have now people in a boardroom setup and say, this is what you want to do for our people. But who tells you that the people want what you're thinking of in the boardroom? It must be some sort of bottom up. You sit with the opinion leaders, the thought leaders, and indeed everybody. Even that Mama Mboga,
so basically, public participation.
Public participation is very key. And in my view, public participation now must not be ceremonial, because there's also a very high chance that people can actually come and speak, but nobody takes into active consideration what they are talking about. So it becomes like a conveyor belt. You're just ticking the box, and at the end of the day, you say, okay, this was public participation. You know, like for instance, during the budget making process.
Yes.
I remember when I was a journalist, we would go to a public participation for us, KCC, where we are given tea and mandazi, but nobody understands the economic jargon. So at the end of the day, somebody takes a box. Yes, there's been a public participation, but 90% of the guys who are in that room, including journalists, have no idea of what those treasury mandarins were talking about.
Yes.
But now you put a ticker and you say there's been public participation. In fact, people are very interested. We had 1,000 guys. So you take a box, and it's these same people who would go to the streets and say, wait a minute, we were not consulted. Because nobody bothered to make them understand what the process is all about. And in my view, Kenyans must now develop a very high appetite for reading. And I know I may be stepping on CT Muga's toes for the opportune time, but remember when you were drafting our constitutions, people would say, if Mr. Raila Odinga has read it, then we are okay. Why should we?
It was said.
Why should we bother? And some of these conversations have been, confused by misinformation and disinformation. So one person would pick one part of the proposed constitution, where it says that to bury, like I remember, I don't know whether it was really accurate, that to bury a cat, you require a permit from the municipal council. And then I remember people saying, wait a minute, paka yako ikikufa lazima upatiwe barua ya kwenda kuizika ama ng'ombe yako. And then the entire thing is confused. So when we talk about IBC being, the way they run the elections being a threat to national security, I also think misinformation and disinformation would be one of the things that Kenya needs to take into active consideration, because now I understand the mobile penetration in Kenya is very high. People have got mobile phones. A good number have got smartphones. And when you've got a smartphone, you take a picture or you send a post, it can easily go viral. And if you want to mislead the nation, it becomes very easy. So again, that is something that we must guard.
Yeah. You know, thinking about this issue of public participation and how Kenya has been doing it, if I'm being honest, very few times have I seen public participation being carried out, like proper public participation by the stakeholders or the shareholders or the folks driving that particular initiative or narrative. Now, in the case of Magharibi kwa mfano, and this is just me thinking out loud, of these 18 sub-tribes, do they even have, like, can we say that we have a kingpin in the Isuka nation who can probably collaborate with one from the Maragolis and then another one from the Bukusus, and then they steer their folks towards one direction? Ama hii nation inakuanga tu leaderless completely. This is the true definition of leaderless, partyless.
Now when you talk about kingpins, it means you're only going to capture the views, interests, and aspirations of the king. And it's assumed that the king speaks for that particular kingdom, which may not be the case. In my view, solid public participation must be yule mtu uko, I mean, it may be derogatory, but let's say the normal citizen, the ordinary citizen, to come up, is given a chance to speak and say, these are our interests and these are our aspirations. There are, for instance, the Western Kenya socioeconomic trajectory must not be held hostage every 5 years. So if you agree this is what we are going to do as a community, it matters not who occupies a position of leadership. So it matters not who is an MCA, who is a member of National Assembly, Senate, or indeed, or even governor. But this is how we have decided to move. Like, for instance, where I come from, Kisii, if we had a similar initiative, we would say, because we grow a lot of bananas, then these top of the range vegetables, we call them amanagu, chinsaga, likuneni, we would agree that we would be feeding Nairobi. So as a community, you come up with that initiative that let's produce these vegetables for the urban markets.
Yes.
And then you get you're organized into circles. So you go and harvest your managu. It's put in a nice...
Wait, as a community, how do you organize yourself as a community? For you to agree as a community, we're going to sell to the urban, urban cities. How do you agree as a community? I
recall when Paul Muite was MP for Kiambu, there was a similar initiative on how they were going to feed Nairobi. Now, you do this through the elected leaders.
Yes.
So the elected leaders are the ones who have the convening power. They bring you together and they say, you have a lot of avocados in Kisii. Right now, you go to Kisii, you can even be, like for you, since you're a celebrity, you can be given 10 avocados for free. You want to buy one, and then you're given 9, simply because there's no market for it. But how do you make sure that those avocados get to Nairobi? You need the leadership to mobilize people, and then because they've got the convening power, then you agree, since we have bananas, tomatoes, and all these kind of things, how do we make them? How do we ensure that we grow them in large scale and access the market, and also avoid those post-harvest losses?
Okay.
Because on average, one would easily say that out of the mbogas harvested in Kisii, up to 50% zinaharibika before it gets to the market.
Really?
Yeah, because when you go and harvest
is that not a big loss?
It's a huge loss because there are no cooling facilities. The people would harvest like maybe early in the morning, they go to the market. Now, if you don't get a buyer today in the market...
Wait a moment. All these years after independence, that is still a problem?
Yes, it is still a problem.
And those people elect leaders every electoral cycle?
Every single day.
And they have a governor now, in the last 16 years?
Second governor, yes. But is it not the same thing we were talking about the other day, that you have... for some reason, you're not able to harvest fish from Kisumu and take it to the European Union, or take it to the UK, or take it to the US. It's for the same reason we say that in many parts of Garissa, Mandera, you can engage in very heavy beef farming, and you transport the products to the Middle East. So it appears like majority of our leaders, as soon as they get into office, they get into status quo mode and plan for the next election. So their priority is not the socioeconomic development of their people, but they're planning on how to win the next election. It's for that reason that some of these elected leaders, especially members of the National Assembly and MCA, you know them very well for handing out money during FINROS, not for the socioeconomic development. Because I would imagine, if you're a leader around the lake, you would ensure, for the longest time again, we had a fish factory, not in Kisumu, but in Thika. So the fish which has been harvested in Lake Victoria doesn't get processed around the lake, but it's processed in Thika. Can you imagine the cost of transportation? Why can't we utilize the airport in Kisumu, harvest that fish, harvest land in the UK this morning? And there's evidence it can be done. There's a company called Homegrown that they do vegetables, fruits, they harvest them.
Horticulture.
They're nicely packaged. And this morning, I've not been to the UK, but I understand this morning, a housewife in the UK will be buying the fresh produce from Kenya. So why can't we do that for fish? Why can't we do, I don't know whether people in the West consume managus, but why can't we do it for managu?
Yeah, they should consume it.
Managu is a superfood, in case you didn't know.
Yeah. So why can't we do that? That is the reason why this Magharibi initiative would be a good one. That outside the fierce competition around who are you going to elect into office, what are these other resources that we can sell uko nje? Now, like for instance, where I come from again, we have got something called soapstone.
Yes.
I understand it's only available in Kisii.
Tabaka
all over the world.
specifically.
Yeah, tabaka. So you ukienda huko ukipita huko unaweza patiwa bure. But understand if you go to Australia, New Zealand,
and inategemea city.
Yeah, if you go to New Zealand or Australia, ukipatikana umenunua hiyo kitu, you are considered you've made it in life. How did you get this? But huko people wanachonga tu hivi wanachonga tu hivi
ziko tu hapo tu.
Yeah, ziko tu hapo hivyo. Yeah. So you see now when you have a leadership that is looking at and I don't want to use this word empowerment because in Kenya it has acquired a nasty meaning. If you want to uplift the socioeconomic status of your people, you must use the political power you have. You convene people, mkubaliane kwamba this is how we are going to make progress. If you need to get international subject matter experts, wacha wakuje huko, so that you establish these supply chain things. That way, the gentleman who goes to fish jioni ama amenda usiku akikuja na hiyo samaki, you know, for a long time there were parts again around the lake when you go fish unakuja na hiyo samaki, if you don't sell it before the sun sets,
yes,
it's a wrap. Not just sunsets. Fish spoils very, very quickly. You have to sell that thing at the very latest before midday, not the end of the day. Not the end of the day.
Because ikirot ni hivi, my friend.
So can you imagine this gentleman has woken up early in the morning? The time you guys wake up to come here.
They actually go fishing at night. When you find them bring the catch in the morning, they didn't wake up in the morning, they woke up at night.
Yes. So imagine these guys have gone to fish.
Yes.
They've worked hard, they've come in the morning with a bounty. Samaki mingi kabisa. And then now they're under duress. That you must sell. Kama hiyo jua bado iko hapo hivi. Ikianza kwenda hivi,
your stock ni hivi.
Your stock imeharibika. And understand again conversations that are, so now there would be some ladies just waiting by. Wakiona hiyo sun imeanza kwenda hivi chini, they'll come and they're given fish. There was a conversation that it was actually fish for sex. That was the consideration.
It was a conversation that took center stage with regard to the spread of HIV. Jaboya is what they were called.
Yes.
And yes,
Jaboya meaning the mongers now.
That's the term that was used. Yes.
Okay.
It was a concern because it wasn't something that was being discussed in theory. It was a fact. There was that business that took place, but more importantly, the fishermen sometimes docked on different beaches, and it was also found that in the various beaches that they docked, they had wives or they had girlfriends. So essentially the multiplicity of partners, I think the perfect picture of it was among the fisherfolk. And that's why one also found that among the shores, the highest prevalence of HIV was actually in those areas, simply because of that particular aspect of the lifestyle. But part of the bigger problem was not that there were no businessmen who had seen the opportunity and would come with their lorries, with coolers to buy the fish. There was the road network. If it rained,
it's a different story.
It was.
Yep. And you and your lorry and your cooling system and your fish. Okay. But the solution ought to have been really quite simple. You grow tea in a particular place, there are tea factories in that area. You grow coffee, there are coffee factories in that area. If you grew sisal, there'd be a sisal factory where you grow the sisal. But here you grow fish and the factory.
Where was the factory?
so I'm saying the politics that we have is a process that takes people backwards. The entirety of it. They talk development, and development is supposed to be a begin and end all conversation that encompasses everything you envision and hope for without it actually being actualized. And this is the constant diet on which people are fed. So they talk it, but there is no time people who live around the lake have not had representatives in parliament. There is no time.
Since independence?
There is no time.
There's been no vacant positions.
There is no time.
They've had governors.
There is no time.
MCS.
There is no time.
Members of the National Assembly.
And yet, even when you could argue that the national government is ignoring that part of the world, that's a story for another day. So we put that aside and park it and say, let's take it that indeed that may have happened. Okay, when you have a county government, you got money, isn't it? Are you telling me they were incapable of prioritizing a portion of the billions? Because what they receive is in the plural, billions. You're telling me they couldn't come up with something that would ensure that this cash crop is actually beneficial to the people who actually grow it and go and harvest it. If they have been unable to do it, that has nothing to do with the failure of the national government. That is the failure of those who have been elected to ensure that the lives of their people are better. It's squarely, there's no ifs and buts, it's just that, squarely.
And you see, that is why majority of our elected leaders, their eyes are on the 5-year cycle. That have been sworn into office today, what am I going to do to get another election? And some leaders fear empowered citizens. That if your citizens are empowered, then probability of beating them into a pulp to take a certain decision is zero.
You know, that is the height of mediocrity and any thinking that could be termed as mediocre thinking. Unempowered people are of benefit to you. You, the leader, it is you who benefits from that resource. Because you have people who can advise you knowledgeably. You have people who will have the know-how of how to do the things that need to be done. How they miss the point completely. How they really miss the point completely. The very thing that would make that leadership position of theirs easier, that is the very thing that they seem to fear and they fight. So we spent 5 years observing how these people who want to vie for these positions fight each other. So at what point do we prioritize development? At what point do we prioritize the things that matter? At what point between this fighting? Just listen to the conversations we're having now. If they're not trading insults, they're finding fault. And then we get granular. And there's everything about the way we practice our politics is an anathema to the very process of development in the broadest possible term. It's the thing that it's a development killer.
Yeah.
It doesn't progress it.
And which is why I think that is the reason why I think this Magharibi initiative is something to write home about. That the leaders, while they're interested in 2022, 2027, 2032, but they've said we want to place the socioeconomic interest of our people first in the queue, so that they identify their interests and aspirations and take them to the next level. And I think this is something which must be, emulated all over. But again, as we've said these times above number, it must be anchored in character, capacity, and competence, and meritocracy. Because what Siti has been talking about here is lack of character and meritocracy in a number of leaders. Because majority of the people we elect into office, one would easily say they've got capacity and competence, but they don't have character. Because if you have a character, you'd not want a 90-year-old lady in the village to queue for hours on end, waiting for you to give them 100 bob or 200 bob. Even just from an age perspective, you're in your mid-20s or mid-30s, and you want somebody who is the age of your great-grandmother to stand kwa line amekungoja for hours on end. That is unacceptable. Instead of creating opportunities to empower them, So instead of giving them fish, I think for Magharibi initiative,
yes,
Musalia Mudavadi is saying, we want to teach you how to fish. So you go and fish out for yourself. And I think when you have this kind of initiatives, your communities identify their interests and aspirations and inform the national conversation, we will make good progress.
You know, this was when this initiative was started. The thinking behind it was not necessarily the progress of that region. It was to support William Ruto's
re-election.
Yes. So again, that's politics. There is the assumption that that support automatically translates into what they will call what? Development. Does it? In the same way it was assumed in the olden days and even now that when you have somebody from your community who is in a position of, say, permanent, we call them principal secretaries now,
permanent
or cabinet secretary who are ministers, that automatically a certain development would cascade into your region. Experience has taught us that that is the most fallacious thinking that you can actually have. It doesn't quite work that way. What seems to work well is when you have communities who have understood what they want and they push to have it. So even when they elect someone, they're very clear about what they want you to do for them. They're clear. And if you don't, you're gone.
They punish you if you don't deliver.
Yeah, you're gone. And they'll even tell you're done. Okay? But they have clarity. So it doesn't start with that member of parliament. It starts with the people who have clarity. So even when they elect, they're electing someone who they believe will represent their interests.
Actually, and I think that is probably the core of this Magharibi initiative, that we are going to elect you into office, and these are our performance indicators, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And maybe, this kind of initiative, when people get into elective office, they should be holding annual town halls whereby the elected leaders say that I've been in office now for 1 year. This is what I've delivered. I mean, this is what you sent me to do, and this is what I've delivered. Maybe I've achieved 70%. Why have I not hit 100%? I've achieved 30%, or I've not done 70%. So that leaders are held accountable.
Yeah.
But if you give people a blank check, then you're working alone.
So, but this doesn't change in terms of the politics of the Western region, in terms of who's going to be in charge, who's going to have a say, who's going to more or less be the ultimate leader of that particular area. This doesn't necessarily point to that direction.
The moment you introduce that who is going to be in charge of the area, who is our, say, de facto leader, then you introduce political competition. Now, the moment you have political competition, then people start attacking personalities instead of attacking ideas. Hiyo mkutano nani ameita mbuvi huyu mtu wa chama fulani wacha akae huko. So people will not show up. Nani ameita mkutano si timu huyu tunamjua. Hii kitu anatubeba kama sijui
malenge.
Yeah. So they don't show up. But if you say that this is
an initiative for the people,
a political people driven. You remember when Majiba said, let the people decide, but they decided not in his favor.
Yes.
But just let the people decide. I think maybe that is how we need to make progress.
And it's a smart way of doing things. And it also helps you just get to the point whereby you accept, unakubali.
Let me pose a question. Because I understand that where you come from,
yes,
you have a lot of mangoes.
Yes, we do.
Do you export these mangoes?
Do we export
these mangoes?
I wouldn't know. I'm not in the trade.
No, but
they are processed. They are processed.
We have a processing plant in Makueni. People from Kitui, Machakos, kuna wenye wanapeleka huko zinatengenezwa. But in terms of local markets, yes, they will harvest, they will distribute them amongst the markets within the counties, and also export them to even your county.
The question I wanted to ask, maybe I didn't frame it very well.
Yes.
Do farmers enjoy a good return on investments?
Again, I wouldn't know, because I don't trade in mangoes. Zile tunakuanga nazo kwa shamba because ni nyingi. We usually distribute them
for free.
Some for free, yes. Ukiniambia hapa kwa ofisi nimeleta mara mingi maembe watu wanakula magunia.
By the way, that leta maembe mingi hapa, it's mythical. I work here, I've never seen it.
Openje. This month.
Thank you so much.
And a letter when you're on leave.
I've never taken leave.
Thank you so much, Dismas, for coming. You know, now I'll start taking pictures. Because it is assassinating my character.
It's assaulting your brand. I mean, you created this brand that you're philanthropy. You care for the people you work with. You come here with truckloads of mangoes.
Do you know, by the during that season, my vehicle is constantly smelling of mangoes. Because inakanga saa zingine zinaozea, unapata zingine zilingia chini ya kiti. It's a
now you've actually answered the main question.
Yeah.
That why should mangoes be rotting in your car? Well, there's a huge market.
Because there's so many, they fall literally in the farm. Zinaangukanga, zinachukua by the time you're getting to Nairobi, because also mangoes like fish, zinaweza haribika haraka sana.
Well, it is the same reason why farmers in places like Nyandarua have fruits and vegetables rotting in their farms for a variety of reasons. Either the road network is bad, the market is overflooded. They're all reasons.
So why don't you have these factories for potatoes in Nyandarua? Because you can understand at some stage it was being reported in the media that at some stage there was a lot of milk, but there was no storage facilities, no cooling facilities. So a number
milk
of farmers
could be poured.
Yeah, actually, ikifika around 10 o'clock when they are milking, umbwa zinaepa kwa compound because umbwa inajua it's going to be forced to take milk. So around 10 o'clock, all umbwas disappear, and then so you wonder, farmers are working hard, but there's no market for their milk. Yet, people in Nairobi are crying for that milk.
Not just Nairobi, in most parts of this country would need that milk. That's why we've had a discussion here about the intra-county trade. Because you know what other counties produce. They produce mangoes. Where I come from, there are teeny little mangoes that are produced. They're quite nice, but the numbers are not anything to speak of. Even the season, it'll come and go without you noticing it. So, again, the thinking that ensures that the economic lives of the citizens is something that is on an upward trajectory, at best it will be spoken of, but there is nothing that is done to show that those who are elected have any clear intention of making it a reality.
Actually, that's my last point on that. At some stage, you find there's a surplus of maize in Trans Nzoia, Kitale. Surplus, mahindi mingi. But in other parts of Kenya, people are sleeping on empty tummies.
Yeah. December nitafuta nikupatie gunia kama 3 hivi za maembe.
That's how you want me to launch my campaign.
Yes.
Using mangoes.
Go give mangoes to your people.
Yes.
But thank you so much, Dismas. This is where we come to a stop as far as this conversation is concerned. Hope again to see you soon. Tukiongelelea this time, is there a Kisii initiative? No?
Well, actually, there's a gentleman called Timothy Bosire who has an initiative, but for him is to look at the characters of person who want to run for political office.
Okay.
So that they are vetted by the community, and whichever political party you want to run on, you can go run on any ticket.
All right.
But provided you identify with your interest, just to ensure that you only elect persons with character, capacity, and competence.
All right.
Maybe I should do a paper on character, capacity, and competence.
Tulete huyo jamaa hapa atuambie initiative yake.
Basi tutamwambia kuja.
All right. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Mombasa court has acquitted a doctor who had been accused of raping a patient while she was undergoing dialysis. Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina found that the prosecution had failed to prove the charge beyond reasonable doubt and acquitted Juma Wabwile of both rape and an alternative charge of committing an indecent act with an adult. The alleged incident was reported to have occurred in January 2025 at a medical facility in Mvita, Mombasa County. Wabwile had denied both charges during the trial.
Sustained me. I believe in the Lord and has been our provider. He has been on my side. I knew that one day it will come to the end. Just live exists and hope are good.
Young people in Kisumu have called for greater involvement in political decision-making ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking during a youth sensitization and consultation forum, participants urged political leaders to include young people in developing their manifestos and development agendas. They say the current disconnect between politicians and the youth has left key concerns, including access to viable economic opportunities, and inadequately addressed.
So for these political actors to come and listen to us, so when they're going out there to rally, when they're going there to speak to the people, they're also taking to them our solutions and not imposing on what or thinking about what ideally would look nice on us or nice on paper.
Whatever this the leadership is going to put in their manifestos as part of the development, it should be the ideas that have been derived from the youth themselves. So that means that even post-2027, we still have an accountability mechanism whereby the youth themselves will be able to hold the power to account using the issues that have been captured on ground.
1 in 7 patients undergoing major abdominal surgery at a Kenyan referral hospital developed infections after their operations. According to a new study, researchers who examined 393 patients at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital found that 55 developed surgical site infections, representing an overall rate of 14.1%, to more serious cases involving deeper tissues and areas around internal organs. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned that armed conflict and violence are driving hunger around the world, with at least 266 million people facing acute insecurity in 2025. Briefing the UN Security Council, Guterres said conflict and violence were the main drivers of hunger in 12 of the 13 global hunger hotspots identified by the United Nations. He also warned that food systems, including farms, markets, ports, and supply routes, are increasingly being caught up in conflicts.
2025 saw not only the highest number of armed conflicts since World War II, but also among the highest levels of global acute hunger on record, with at least 266 million people facing acute food insecurity. 2025 also marked the first time this century that 2 famines were confirmed simultaneously in Sudan and Gaza, a shameful milestone.
When families can't put food on their table, they are left with 3 choices: starve, move, or rebel. These are perfect conditions for armed groups, criminal gangs, exploitative businesses to recruit vulnerable young people.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Nottingham Forest have agreed a club record fee worth around £50 million to sign Chelsea striker Liam Delap. The 23-year-old is expected to undergo a medical and sign a long-term contract at the City Ground this week. Delap's move comes a year after he joined Chelsea from Ipswich Town for £30 million, amid competition from Manchester United and Everton. However, Chelsea made him available for sale this summer after he scored just 1 Premier League goal in the previous campaign, disrupted by shoulder and hamstring injuries. Manchester United have completed the signing of Cameroon midfielder Carlos Baleba from Brighton in a deal worth up to £70 million. The 22-year-old has signed a 5-year contract with an option for an additional year. The deal includes a guaranteed fee of £65 million and a further £5 million in add-ons. Baleba is currently recovering from an ankle injury picked up during pre-season and could return to action by mid-September. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. In studio tuko naye guest ameshafika. Tunataka kuongelea mambo ya public governance and accountability. She is the executive director of Siasa Place, Nerima Wako Ojiwa. Nerima, good morning. How are you?
Morning.
Nice to have you back.
I know, it's good to be back.
Unaendanga unapotea?
I know it.
I don't know. Ni wapi uko unaendanga?
My goodness.
Yeah.
Kuorganize, which is public participation, siasa
mobilize.
kidogo, tuna mobilize.
Viva.
Tuko kwa grao. Tuko kwa grao. So now just a small break. Sit here laughing. A small break before things kick off. But they've started very early, man.
Okay.
They've started early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the season, unfortunately. Unfortunately, of course, depending on how you look at it exactly.
Right.
There are folks who are like, oh, not again. But there are those who are like, yeah, it's our time to eat and all. Yes. But karibu, before tuingie kwa story nyingine, wacha sitia kupatia methali. Cheza kama wewe.
Yes, our proverbs the whole of this week come from the only African country that is still colonized. It's called Western Sahara.
So yeah, Western Sahara.
Yes.
Morocco.
It's a pity.
Yeah.
We ourselves who cried and fought for independence, we still find it fit to colonize others. Anyway, the proverb. Land where the stones know you is of more value than where man knows you.
I know, right?
Gosh.
Indeed. Golly gosh.
Don't overthink.
I am already too late.
Whatever comes to mind, say that.
Okay, so I'm a very earthy person. So for me, the earth, I feel, for me when I say stones or hear stones, I'm thinking even ancestors. So there's tradition, there's culture. Man, we're very feeble. We come and we go. And so even recognition, fame, popularity, man can know you for a split second. They praise you one day. The next day, they completely hate you. But the earth is consistent. It's been here before and it will be here after.
Yeah. You've gone more or less to the place I went, but you've also mixed it with our previous guests' perception. Me, I went home and I said, home is best. Home is where you are known. Because that's where the stones, you know, that whole issue of ancestors. The stones know you there.
Yeah, and they love you anyway.
Else.
Yeah, they love
True
you
story.
anyway. Yeah, it's not about what you do specific, about who you are. Yeah.
Lovely. What do you think of what we are witnessing currently? Political violence.
Let me be honest, guys. So, the NCIC launch, the plan was to go. Nilifika mapema, by the way. Ilikuwa inaanza 7:30. I got there. I walked there to the room where people were. I registered. It was so filled. First of all, they were just guys in suits. And you know me, you see me like color.
Yeah,
suits.
You're earthy.
Yeah, I'm very earthy. I already felt like I was left out, but there was a lot of security. I don't know if it was because, I guess, because of, CS Murkomen was there and,
Masageli was there as well, right?
It was half of the room was filled with security. Let me just say that. So it was just security. So I already felt like, okay, where are the people that this is being presented to? And I was expecting the same old, which is what I received. What I wanted to hear very loudly was people who are involved in violence are going to pay. They're going to be held accountable. We had it, but it was not strong enough for me when, IBC said that they're not going to be allowed to vie. To vie. But I feel like, no, we shouldn't even get to the ballot yet. It should be now. Like, we should be able to trace this now. We should be able to see faces or heads rolling now, So for me, maybe I'm the more radical one. I wanted to see more accountability in that document for it to be called, a violent free election. Very optimistic because we are already seeing the violence. So it felt quite contradictory to name it as such. But I believe that we need to start to see some semblance of action in the next few months before we go for Christmas. Because
DIG Masengeli was there and I remember him saying that watashika watu.
But niwe nataka washike saizi juu hata wakati Murkomen aliongea alisema 27 wameshikwa Homa Bay. But who paid them? You know, we're dealing
Who was
with
their master?
we're dealing with the small fish, and I feel, you know, historically we've always seen with scandals and big things that make the country shiver. We only see the sheep fry with the small ones. It's time to see the big fish. If if these guys are serious about CG Vision 2060, if they're serious about following the law, because they seem to say they've changed tune, then hold the big fish accountable. Who are the big fish?
Remember when we had banditry, and banditry was the only discussion that occupied our minds when we're talking of security in the northwestern part of this country. Certain members of parliament from certain constituencies were actually brought in. Some were actually even arrested. The violence continued. Whatever became of those people who were arrested?
I don't know.
Some even got re-elected.
Oh, man.
Okay? So, again, this idea of security and this idea of what it is that we think it is and what it is that those whom we elect think it is, it seems to be two very different things. Because an arrest seems to be an action that is taken to mollify the public so that you feel
something.
This is now with reference to violence, whether it is banditry or it's political violence, that sort of thing where it is clear that there is involvement of political players. There will be arrests. Yes, people will even be taken to court.
You know, there's something when we sat here with Bilo Kero some time back, we were asking, what happens, because we usually see Senate doing things and people are questioned, whether it's, what are they called? Governors, but nothing happens. But he said that some of these reports, they are very comprehensive and then they are delivered to either DCI or EACC. Like, we know Nerima is guilty. Like, tumepata Nerima. And then days later, weeks later, months later, nothing happens to Nerima. So they were wondering, Kweni, what happened? So we asked him that question. Akasema, boss, hiyo kitu nenanga mpaka unauliza tu mdozi huo wa EACC ama DCI rada, and they tell you, my friend, I was given a call, I was told hii story ishi hapa.
See, like, I hope that as much as arrests happen, these people are not allowed to run or vie again. Because even when we work with young people, and this happened actually in Likoni, maybe 3 weeks ago, where we're being asked by some youth, now what do you expect me to do? I don't have money, I don't have opportunities. Someone is handing me money, I will do it. This is how I see that I'm making an income. But when you begin to interrogate, they are actually finding more underground ways to actually support this system, because it's now an existing institution where they even know which goons are, leading which county.
Not only that, they even have specialities.
Yeah, it is a whole system. And that for me, it's like where now people are seeing there's much more opportunity here than this whole speak of go to school, get an education, work hard. Like, people are not seeing the result of that, but they're seeing the result of just a few short stints of violence. I can buy the best phone I have, I can live a good life, even if it's brief, better a brief good life than a long struggling life that I saw my parents working hard to do and it didn't get them anywhere. And so for me, it's this feeding into a system where people are not seeing it as wrong anymore. It's being seen as an economic factor. It's a business. And once you lose sight of that, where we don't see good people prospering, where we're seeing the bad getting ahead, we're seeing them getting positioning, we're seeing them getting appointed, I mean, what would it mean when we start encouraging, young people that, fine, do it. At least you have put food on your table, compared to someone who's working hard and going to school and they can't even feed their family. You begin to look ridiculous for doing the right thing.
Yeah. Sorry. Part Perhaps the reason why we haven't seen any arrests is because everybody is involved. When I say everybody, of course, I mean the political class. All of them are involved. So if you arrest this one, you will definitely have to arrest that one.
You see, it becomes complicated because you see, me have attended political events. So you'll have someone who has hired goons to attack. And then you have to hire informal security. Don't like being called goons. Informal security to defend or protect. So now both of you have hired this informal security. So that's why I'm saying, yes, it's very, very grey and everyone will be involved. But what makes me worry is when we start to see female politicians saying, you know, yeah, this is normal. This is what
this is it, man.
This is it. This is what we have to do. And I say this because, first of all, we already know the playing field politically is completely uneven, you know, for women, people with disabilities, young people, because of their costing. So you have to have the resource to be able to go and campaign, to buy merchandise, to bribe. But then now you have to factor in security. Then there's the formal security, then there's the informal security. And these things are extremely expensive. It's almost saying that it will now remove any candidate who would be someone with principle. It's like you are forced to behave like mafia to be able to exist in this political ecosystem. And so that's why I'm saying it's great, because now when you have people saying, yeah, of course, I need informal security to protect myself. And it's true. I've attended events where, you know, goons are attacking somebody because they wanted that particular position within their party, but they don't want to use due process of being nominated in their party. They just want to come and take over. So we are witnessing when it begins to happen within political parties, and we've seen parties like ODM thriving on such goonery. So it is no surprise that we are beginning to see it now infiltrate to how systems are functioning within governance. Yeah.
Do you think there's any political party or any group of politicians who don't buttress their political processes with young men? These people we refer to as goons. Is there any that you know of?
That doesn't.
Ilya Maraga.
Yeah, I've not seen. Yeah, I've not seen UGM do that. I haven't.
Who else?
MDG.
Yes, Sifuna. Not Sifuna. Safina.
Safina.
Yes.
Wanjigi.
No,
I haven't seen.
Akuna. I'm trying to say, if you say take just a cursory audit of the political parties we have that are known, and you look at the political parties that do not have or haven't succumbed to this particular culture, you'll find that their conversations are very different from the other political parties. When they talk and the things that they put across as part and parcel of their mantra and what is they're trying to achieve, they actually talk and say things that you can understand, and you can see this is a semblance of something that could actually bring a little order. But the others who have crowds of young people around them, it's the same political rhetoric that we hear everywhere else. They're either attacking an opponent verbally, or they're criticizing somebody they don't like. Or if they're in the opposition, they are looking for every possible way of attacking the government. If they are in government, they're looking for every possible way of either demeaning or attacking these individuals. Now, these young people don't just make sense during political activities. You see them at funerals. You see them at weddings. You see them at community functions.
Church services.
You see them at church services.
Yeah.
You see them in harambes. Meaning, they are a part of everyday life in very many communities. So it's not as though they are some flora and fauna that only flourish during the silly political seasons. No. They are always there, and the numbers keep growing. One could even argue, if it was a business sector, which it is, you would call it a growth industry. Okay?
Exponential.
Yes, but to what end?
Yeah.
Because the mindset of seeking to actually go to the grind and do what people do when they work is something that is abhorrent when you're used to this sort of money. What you then become is you want to fine-tune your skills for extortion. for finding ways of making money. Now, you're just one hop away from being a criminal.
Yeah.
If you aren't already a criminal.
Yeah,
just one hop.
Yeah.
So when you have all these young people who we are referring to as security, what we are in essence doing, we are creating a criminal class.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yes, that's what we are doing, and there are many. Because you've accustomed them to earning money by doing things which are not necessarily good.
Yep.
And things which, if you look at within the mirror of the laws of this country, they are breaking those laws. So that's how you become a criminal.
And you know, like from what you've just explained, I can give you a small scenario of how it becomes very grey. So let's put PLP in that picture, former NAC Kenya. And we are talking about United Alternative Opposition, whatever they are calling themselves. So you have this coalition of parties. So the bad behavior of one party starts to seep into another, because this happened to PLP, where you go together for a rally, and then because of that system that you have ingrained in your own political party, there is violence at that party. Unfortunately, one of their youth leaders ends up being stabbed. Okay? This is a real scenario. So now you go forth saying, these things are not safe. So we must armor ourselves also. Because as we are going into this frontier, you are a mixed bag of different parties that now you begin to see this culture grow within also this mixed bag of parties. And that's what I'm witnessing now. Where even if, you know, like we've talked about Maraga, okay, this peaceful Green Party, but they are surrounded by non-peaceful other parties. And so they'll find themselves, okay, how do we now start to move around and protect ourselves? And so you see them almost being forced to embody this culture, or are we all going to say no more violence? And we know how practical that is.
But even if you say, I mean, we had this discussion with someone who's a member of the Linda Mwananchi, and exactly what you've said, we needed to also protect ourselves. So you are meeting violence with violence. So how are you different from the other person?
That's what I'm saying.
Let me be the devil's advocate in this one. Let me ask. So I'm peaceful.
Yeah.
You guys are very violent, okay? So every time I'm having a meeting, you're always sending folks to me. So how exactly do, because the police aren't helping me for sure.
For sure.
Ai, hapo nikienda hata naambiangu hiyo meeting isi happen. Si ndio? Naambiwa huko kuna gunza hata nisiende. But now I gotta go. I gotta talk to people. So what happens?
That's what I'm asking.
Because if I go there, I know for sure
let me answer your question. Because we're not talking about something that hasn't happened or hasn't been done before. You see, we are having a discussion about the mobilization of young people who are given to violence and mayhem and disruption of and destruction of property. But it doesn't mean that you cannot have peaceful youth supporting you. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that you can have your own brigade of people who are peaceful. They don't carry weapons. They don't fight anybody. They don't. It doesn't mean you can't. The example I'm going to give you is the 1960s and 60s, going to 70s. You're talking about people like, say, Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? I would have started with Gandhi first. Because this peaceful resistance and the ability to stand against the might of a colonial power, Gandhi embodied it. They were not fighting anybody. Not that they didn't get beaten, they did, but they were resisting. It's a peaceful way of resisting. Around the same time that someone like Martin Luther King was preaching non-violence, someone like Malcolm X was preaching the complete opposite. That is, before he went for the Hajj. He was a Muslim, went to the Hajj. He saw things he had never seen before. He came back to the US, he was changed.
Yeah, he changed.
He was not talking that violence again. He was talking something very different. But both he and Martin Luther had followings, serious followings. Meaning, it was said that Malcolm X was the one person who could actually start or stop a riot. Meaning, people around, he says, stop, everybody stops. Now, any government system will look at that person and consider one of the most dangerous people you can ever think of. Because that's power that is being demonstrated. The journey to protesting and the journey to ensuring that certain rights like the ones we have for holding protests and everything that we do with the basic rights within the law come about as a result of the lived experience that has been seen elsewhere and have been embodied to ensure that you don't eliminate resistance to things which are bad, but you go about it within the confines of the law. So you ask yourself, how do you get young people around you within the confines of the law? How do you resist the things that are bad within the confines
and that is why I asked a very genuine question. How can these politicians who want to be peaceful just have a peaceful conversation with the people that they want or they wish to for them to elect them? Because if every time I'm going to a rally and I'm being attacked and I have to mi nataka kufanya campaign, I'm ready for 2027, I'll have to protect myself. You know, I'll have to work with people, not necessarily people who go attacking others, but in case we are attacked,
let me ask you this question, Paul. So does protecting yourself mean you have to be violent?
No. That's what I'm asking, because when they move with this informal security like she mentioned, mabouncer, vijana, whatever they are called, sasa tumeenda na vita imeanza, tunadu.
Look at it this way. Let's take a hypothetical situation where somebody has goons and you have young people behind you and you have the numbers. The numbers alone act as a deterrent. Somebody will be a little more careful about attacking you if they can see. See, why you become an easy target is if they feel you're vulnerable. Okay? This is a difficult one. How then do you have people who protect you without them being violent? That I don't have an answer for.
Because if we are walking in a convoy, you know, we are in a caravan, we are just saying our slogan, then suddenly people start pelting stones at us. Sasa unaona sasa sisi ndio tumechokoza. Sisi tuko kwa barabara tu. Mumeanza kurusha mawe. Wengine maybe hata wanaanza kurusha vijiti. God knows what else people are throwing at you then now. What do you, because let me even take an example of Maraga. Maraga is a very simple person, peaceful. He looks very okay. But now when he gets to a point whereby he's now been beaten and sasa atadu.
You see,
he said that he stops the campaign of which now his enemies would have won.
But this is
and
now,
says me nimeacha kitu ya president kaini na.
If we have this discussion without bringing in the police service, then we are saying that we live in a country which does not have
city.
Yes,
I have been in protests, in political rallies where the police really are watching you in danger. Really. And for me, the one that I was like,
when you say in danger, what is happening that is endangering your life?
So the protest, that image of goons carrying huge batons, Apple Globe. By the way, nilikuwa nimesimama mbele ya Central, police in full gear, watching them coming to surround us. That I can tell you, outside Anniversary Towers, that I was there. The second instance, at a political engagement, goons came with bodabodas, about 200 of them. Wengine wamebeba kama visu, zingine wamebeba like chuma, just, you know, weapons. And they are coming to an event umeka ndani ya auditorium. Wako hapo nje, polisi wamewaangalia tu wakiingia. I have seen those two myself personally. So even to say, you know, when we see the front page covers about, you know, police and where are we and what can, it is very scary. It is the most scariest thing to see that.
Why do you think that happens?
I would say impunity. I would say, you know, there's definitely parallel systems of power, because again, another scenario, I was outside Pangani police station and a lorry came, officers in uniform but seemed to be receiving commands from one specific person, and the police inside had barricaded themselves inside and looking at us outside the gate and saying, Hapa, you're on your own. And we're like, Allah?
Okay, it's funny, but you're it's not funny.
Mwingine alikuwa amevaa paka helmet. And they have barricaded, they have closed the Pangani police station gates. Sisi tuko hapo nje. You're on your own. How's your way to?
How big was your crowd? About how many?
We were not many, like 10.
Also, they would have just let you in and
Oh
then
yeah, protect
you.
us. There was no protection. I'm telling you. There's no protection. These other guys in the lorry walikuja paka na tear gas. Tulikimbia. Wengine walienda hivi, wengine walienda hivi. We just dispersed. And
an entire lorry just to fight 10 people?
Yes.
What had you people done?
Okay. We had gone to see, at that time it was just after Boni was arrested.
Boniface Mwangi.
Yeah. And we had gone to see him, so we were outside actually after the arrest. We were waiting to be let in to the station to visit.
And you want to tell me the police men and women inside Pangani couldn't handle 10 people in case they became rowdy?
We are not discussing the police in Pangani. Neither are we discussing the lorry load of police.
What are we discussing?
We're discussing somebody who considered them a threat. The police in Pangani did not consider them a threat. They couldn't have. People walk in and out of police stations all the time, sometimes 10, 20, even more. They manage those crowds, so it can't be that 10
what do you mean? People are even brought in a bus load. They have been arrested somewhere in town.
So it can't be that these 10 people are suddenly a threat. There's somebody much higher up
that called. Because
yes.
Someone called.
Who said apana toa hapo.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Police gates, the gates to those police stations don't get shut. If they're shut, instructions have been issued. Bwana, there are very few places where you find traffic as much as you do in police stations. People going in and out the whole day and night.
That time, there's a time Linda Mwananchi came to Mlolongo, and I remember because I was getting into the market and we were stopped from proceeding because kuna mali sasa walikuwa wanakuja whatever. So I was asked to use a different road, and I used that one. By the time I even got access to that market, I went, I think, 2 kilometers down by the time I could even access it. So there was heavy police presence. Walikuwa tunaoneshwa direction venye tutatoka, venye tutaingia. Watu wa gari yako ulikuwa na mbozi ingia nayo, but pedestrians would walk in and out. And I saw the presence of the police there and I was like, oh, okay, kumbe lina mwananchi wanapatiangwa police protection. This is a few months back. So I was wondering if the same happened, for example, in every other place they've gone to, Kakamega, Kehumbu, or whatever it is that they've been going to. Kwani ama hiyo ilifanyika tu Mlolongo peke yake?
What we're discussing is the police service as it is known and as they're trained to being interfered with. That's what we're actually discussing here.
Because the kind of professionalism I saw from the police at that time, it actually made me feel, I was like, kumbe opposition inaweza patiwa protection design hii.
Let me repeat. We are discussing police service as it is normally required and as they're trained to do being interfered with. Because what Nerima has described, that is not normal.
It's not.
It is.
And those are 3 scenarios. I can give you 4. Like there are instances that I have witnessed that I'm like, okay, there's what we know to how things are supposed to function, and there's what actually happens. And our security sector is something else, because even as you're describing that Linda Mwananchi event in Mlolongo, one of their first was in Busia. But I remember how Busia, they had really tried to block off the brigade from reaching the grounds. They did, but they had to find their own sneaky ways to
and
get
this time
into
around,
it.
There were no cops on the road.
No. Even Homa Bay, what we've just witnessed. So you'll see disconnects.
Do you really think that if there was police presence, all those people barricading the roads would have barricaded the road?
Thank you. That's what I'm telling you.
It would not have happened.
Gone.
Do you know, unajua ile stretch ya Mlolongo inaanzia pale Weybridge,
najua vizuri sana.
All the way to Sabaki. Yes. That's more or less Mlolongo.
Yes.
Kulikuwa na makarao after every few meters.
See?
You see, so, you're describing what is an ideal situation when the police are doing what they're supposed to do. And they know what they're supposed to do. Okay? It's not that they do not know what they're supposed to do. Let's go back to what we're discussing earlier on, and what I was saying about how it is that one can actually go about their business peacefully. That presupposes that the police service, it depends on when you are born, the police service would be doing what is expected of them. But if the scenario that Nerima has described, where you're going into a meeting and people are entering a meeting hall with crude weapons,
yes.
God.
Yes, that happened. That happened this month.
Then that means the law as we know it has taken a back seat.
Yeah.
Now that is a far, far greater danger than the goons. Far, far, far greater. Because there is no check for goonism. If anything, the complete opposite is what you see. They've been given a free pass.
Because we've started hearing political talk of hata sisi tutaanza kujiprotect, hata sisi hatutawaallow nyinyi wengine hamtaanza ku have meetings zenu, because if sisi opposition we can't hold meetings, even you Gava won't hold meetings.
That's why I'm telling you, we are entering a very dangerous zone. And that's one of the first thing I said was, when you start hearing women speaking like that, I was like, no.
I think you're referring to the Secretary General of ODM.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, once we start talking like that, it's very, very dangerous. Because for me, and I think CTU would have a better historical context, and in a very simple
because I'm old.
No, yes. So because you are studied.
Just say yes.
Because you're studied.
No, just say yes. You're old.
But my theory is, well, it might be very simplistic, but my theory is like when countries get to a brink, oftentimes it's women who have to just come together and non-violent actions and say it's enough.
Actually, it is strange, but what you say is absolutely true. In fact, when you talk of political movements that have brought about change, women play such a pivotal role in it. It's just that it's not highlighted, it's not given prominence, but they play an extremely important role. In the absence of that support, those so-called movements, they wouldn't quite work. But part of the reason why is because they are the bridge builders.
Yeah.
They are the ones who broker the peace, and they're the ones who sort of like stand in the middle of these huge warring factions. Because the testosterone that men like to exhibit in such situations, when it comes into play, all logic and reasoning and any thought process suddenly goes out of the window.
It does.
So it's like instinct takes over.
You know, especially when we're talking about now, we won't allow anyone to have meetings if we can't have I can't imagine someone.
Paul, look at where it starts. You can't come here. Why? We can't come here. No. Okay. Then the next one, even here, you can't come. The other one says, Haki, we are coming. In fact, we're coming to colonize that place. You know, that's a battle cry.
Yes.
You need vita already to share.
Not tayari. And we've been told, kutakuwa na vita. The fortunate thing is, not very many people died. Now, that's not a good conversation.
But imagine,
nobody should have died.
Imagine we start attacking events where Dr. Oburu Oginga goes to. We attack sijui mali Murkomen ataenda. We attack mali PS Raymond Omolo ataenda. To attack mali Kindiki ataenda. You tell me we attack ati mali Ruto ataenda. How many people are going to die in those pro-government rallies?
When two bulls fight, it is the grass that will suffer.
Because Kindiki won't be touched by anybody, by the way. Murkomen atakuwa sawa sana.
No.
PS Raymond atakuwa fiti.
Like me, I'm telling you, like that's why I know Faith Odhiambo has been talking about this a lot, and also myself, we're calling it Mama Boma. Because we're sharing that we're at an alert as a country right now. And a lot of times, you know, when you go to the homestead and you see like a house is in shambles, people wanaulizanga, sasa mama wa boma wako wapi? We feel like as Kenya, tuko like mama wa boma wako wapi?
True.
Because things are getting chaotic, and we're not going to wait until who is on the presidential ticket to witness things get out of hand. It has already started.
Yeah, like even in the Kamba culture, mwenye nyumba ni mama.
Yeah.
So if things,
it's an African culture.
Yeah.
Hata hiyo nyumba ni ya huyo mama.
Ni ya mama.
Yeah.
So if you come to my house, kitu ya kwanza usipoona mwanamke unazanga na mwenye nyumba ako wapi? So if we have gotten to that point whereby even now women are like, my friend, we are doing this mano y mano.
By the way,
you know, we have had one occasion when a president of a country had stones thrown at him. It was in 1969 when Jomo Kenyatta had gone to open this hospital called Russia.
Yeah.
The Kisumu Provincial Hospital.
Kisumu.
Bro, people died.
They died.
Huh? From the dais as they were driving out of Kisumu, they were just shooting indiscriminately.
That's what I'm saying.
And you know how people stand by the roads and just wave and whatever.
Hata huyu anaenda.
But those who are stone throwers are never really that many, even in those days. There are a few rowdy fellows. The others had never seen a president. They were standing there since 1969. They were there to see the president. That's why they're there in such large numbers. Because if that large number of people were throwing stones, that the police or motorbikes would have been overwhelmed. It's not really complicated. They were not overwhelmed. So it tells you, but the number of people who died as a result of that, there were very many. So that was one incident. We had very many incidences in this country where the leaders who should have been the ones who preached peace did not preach adequate peace. It is for that reason, among very many other reasons, that I hold Raila Odinga in high esteem. For this simple reason. A man who was willing to say, Apana, not once, not twice, no. Okay, let's just shake hands. There are those who will impute all manner of reasons and logic behind it, be that as it may. That's what he did. So we started charting a path where people arrive at an agreement instead of taking out machetes and crude weapons to fight here. Say, okay, we'll agree. Let's work. When you have a country where problems arise and you have the ability to sit and talk about what you need to do, it's a good thing. But the fault in what I've just said is this. It is those who are in positions of leadership who talk among themselves and agree among themselves. Ostensibly, the Mwananchi is represented, but what follows thereafter, you figure the Mwananchi is not really represented in this thing. Therein lies the problem. And yet the Mwananchi ought to consider as they look, should you wait for these leaders to reconcile you, or should you find ways of reconciling yourselves?
We're at a point we have to reconcile ourselves.
Yes.
We are at a point where you begin to question whether our leaders, some of them are of sane mind. And
you're questioning that now?
Yeah, like it is quite evident now, because now when you have people's lives at risk, now we are over the cliff. And that's why I'm hopeful in terms of the new breed of politics that's trying to enter the fore. But if we're not careful, we will revert back to factory settings. When we see rallies where people are contributing and donating resource, when you see rallies where people are like, I don't normally participate in political engagement, but I want to. And the Constitution envisioned, well, when I read it, how I understand it, a place where people could contribute to conversations of development and be part of that process. But we still have this way of working where representatives are quite selfish and they do what they want to do with it. Like by now we should have been able to recall members that were not working for us. But we can't. The frameworks of public participation, they're still struggling as much as it's gone for its third reading now. But that has been struggling within the House for years. So the avenues where people can say, my representative is not representing me well, just the way Chapter 1 says, we the people, where it gives direct power to the people. And these are the avenues as to how you can be involved. But we've seen that breakaway where we have this constitution that gives this power, but the people don't understand their power because the power have decided don't let the people understand it and make it so frustrating so that the power remains at the top.
But you know, that one, Nerima, people like yourself and myself and Mbuvi here, that one we are to blame.
You put you two there.
Oh no, you are right.
Why?
There.
Where am I there?
You're a freedom fighter. That's why we're freedom fighters.
Umejitoa haraka.
I struggle every day. I struggle every day.
You are a freedom fighter.
Yes.
Let me explain.
Okay.
I don't usually like using the word blame, but it's effective if you want to communicate something because you get the reaction like the one I've gotten. If you look, say, for instance, at that, say, incident of 1969, the population of Kenya was around 10.9 million. The population of Kisumu was around 32,000 people. The official number of people who died was 11. But other sources say it was 10, 50 to even 100 people who died.
Oh, wow.
So such numbers have never been seen in terms of people dying at any given moment in time. The closest deaths in that region that had been seen was when a motorboat capsized in Lake Victoria and some 30 or 40 people died. Okay? They overloaded the boat. That's why it sank. A storm came, it sank. The conversations about what people want, especially when they talk about peace, is not really highlighted in the communications we have when politicians take a podium. It's how we live our daily lives. We get along with each other quite well in this country. We call each other names. We have negative nicknames for each other. But we even make that into parody and we even laugh about it.
Yeah, we do.
We actually get along. There's a demon that seems to descend from the tongue of the politician to our ears that diminishes everything we do well before an electoral period. And suddenly, people who you have been your comrades, your neighbors, your friends, you suddenly look at them with red eyes and you figure this is your enemy. How? This is a person whose functions you attend. They attend your functions. These are people you visit in their homes, not in your region. They come from some other place. Before in electoral period, you travel around this country without thinking twice. Suddenly we have an electoral season, and suddenly you're thinking, hey, do I really want to?
Yeah.
This is a situation that is curated, and unless people understand, and that's where the blame comes in, that these narratives do not and they never benefit the people. What they do is they galvanize you into thinking you're supporting something useful, and yet you are not. You're supporting the individual and their ambitions. If you benefit, it's crumbs. The benefit will go to people who are around that particular individual. And if anything else happens, it is more perchance. It's not as though it was deliberate. What is deliberate is what they do to ensure that the goals they have are achieved. That is it. But they make it sound as though those are your goals, and that the achievements are for you. Your achievements, and that you're benefiting when they benefit. And the simple question is, how exactly?
How?
How exactly?
You know, there's a time I'm reminded of a politician who said that, you know, if they were in charge in 2000, it was 2024, yes, 2024, 500 people would be dying daily during the protests. And nothing happened to that person.
Exactly.
Like, nothing happened. Like, alitolewa tu because he was in Wiper, alitolewa Wiper na hiyo story ikaisha tu. Beyond that, no case, no arrest, no NCIC, nothing. Another one said they will import people from, I can't remember which place, in Rift Valley. I believe it was some place in Pokot, if I'm not wrong. Import youth to come and deal with the protesters.
They did.
Hiyo story ilisha tu venye ilisemwa.
That fellow was called by the NCIC, and I will not add anything to that sentence. That was it.
Yes.
But remember, the problem began once we promulgated the 2010 Constitution. The 2013 Parliament are the ones who are now operationalizing it. The problem began then.
Yeah, they were then saying no.
The problems began then. Because we have independent institutions. There's no question about it. But when you dilute provisions of our Constitution and our laws that make it impossible, remember, we can get rid of governors. We've seen we can get rid of the president. The same route of getting rid of the deputy president is the same
one.
Yeah, so we can get rid of the president. You can't get rid of MPs.
Imagine.
And they are they're the legislators. So they made sure
they're protected.
Yes. So now, the moment you see people of that sort banding together to do something which in reality is unlawful, so why do you think that these are the people who are going to practice, not preach? They preach lawfulness, but they practice unlawfulness.
Why don't we have a lottery system that just chooses people randomly to adjudicate a case against a member of parliament, for example? So let's say you're the MP of this area and things have been raised about you. So we have a lottery system that just chooses some random Kenyans and they decide if Nerima should continue being the member of parliament of that particular area, because tumesikia Nerima ni mtu wa kuuana, Nerima ni mtu wa kuorganize goons, corruption, nini. So one day tuambiwe tu by the movie you've been chosen, decide whether Nerima needs to. So we hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa poa sana, the way they do it, like a jury system of sorts.
Jury system,
so that we can just get rid of folks that always are in the news for all the wrong reasons.
But it has to be something that is inculcated, movie. Like the way we view even political leaders, honestly, some of them it's demigods, they're untouchable. Even some of them begin to think that they are. And they enter there not to serve, they enter there to grab.
How do they, but Nerima, who enables them to think like that?
That's true. It's because that's what they see. That's what's been working. That's how it's been functioning.
This thing we call economic empowerment, it's not as elusive as people try to make it. You cannot tell me that an MCA cannot seek to it that people in his ward are self-sufficient in the food. We've been self-sufficient in food before. Our grandparents were peasants. There are many people whose parents were peasants. And you ate, you went to school, you went about your business. There was you didn't need a politician coming to talk about empowerment programs. No. You just went about your business. Okay? But you could feed yourself. Those of us who grew up in an era of that sort, in the rural areas, people didn't go to the market to buy vegetables. You went to the farm there. You were told, chuna hii patch leo. Or kitungu iko pale. That isn't the case anymore. Everything seems to be bought. I mean, when you create a system that makes the citizenry dependent, literally, on the so-called leader, then instead of the talk of empowerment, but the empowerment programs are actually impoverishment programs. Somebody who is constantly seeking ways to give people things without showing them how these things will be done, that's not a person who's helping you. That's the person who's guaranteeing you're going to remain poor.
Yeah, it's exposing you to vulnerability.
Yes. You'll never think about what to do. You'll think of how to go to that person. And that's the thought process, how to keep going to that person, as opposed to what you can do. So when people speak, they say, idea. Full-grown person, no ailment on their body, nothing wrong with them. Okay?
Fend for yourself.
I
know.
So how should we get to this accountability space? Because clearly, of all the institutions we put in place, the measures we put in place, they seem not to be working.
Well, I wouldn't say not all of them are not working. So even in the county, when we do our education in terms of the public participation forums, understanding the budgets and getting to understand this money was supposed to go here and it didn't. We had even a CBO, Luminous Group in Meru, writing about we're supposed to have Uru Stadium.
Yeah.
And resources went, millions went, and we're not seeing any changes in this stadium. And even just writing that letter, to the county and understanding that some resources came from the county, some resources came nationally, it brought about a lot of attention. The Member of Parliament actually went, visited, and promises for more resource to come in. So you're seeing people taking that action. So I feel sometimes we look at this grander, image of how government should work and not relating it to the everyday of understanding even the role of the MCA. So what we're seeing is those young people I described to you, some of them are running for member of county assembly. I don't think all of them are going to, get elected, or even if some of them do, we're hoping that some of them actualize some of these things they were seeing in the community that they hope to see change. So it's those little steps, but it's also difficult because they are also met with threats, MCAs who are currently sitting there like, you are a threat to me. Why are you educating the masses that this is what I'm supposed to do? They are calling me all the time now. So it's not something that is accepted across the board. It's also very difficult to do. It's hard work to do, but there are people who are out there doing it.
There's a video I saw some time back, a few weeks ago, of someone who had expressed interest in a particular position. I think it was MCA. Alikuwa anaishi tu kwa an informal settlement tu. He's an ambitious person, young person who wants to change his area. But at night, they came for him and they beat him with his family.
That's what I'm telling you.
Zile, my friend, kill that ambition of yours because hii change unajaribu kuleta hapa iende ukafanye. So if we are getting to that point, my friend,
so you see how we have gone around that is making sure that we build partnership with other county-based organizations. So that individual would have a network around him of youth groups who, what City was talking about, who would be his protection. That's what has helped.
They won't alikuwa kwa plot yao tu ametulia tu.
Yep.
Watu wakakuja, wakavunja gate.
Yeah.
Ni plot tu, unajua zile plot zinawangana about 20 houses. Manze jamaa kataandikwa.
Yeah, you see Paul.
Na unachapwa na bibi yako na watoto.
What Narima is saying, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And if you take the matter to the police and they're doing something, even the police can get pressured. Don't think they cannot get pressured to say, we have a problem, something needs to be done. Or we do have channels, just that it is slow. But the question is, how do you position yourself so that when you speak to these people who have elected, they take you seriously?
Yeah.
That is the question. When you organize yourself into groups, and you have a commonality of thought process, you become a group that these politicians have to pay attention to.
Yeah, they fear even.
Because you can actually make or break them, and they know it.
Yeah.
It is for that reason why you'll find in local areas, if there's a son of theirs who is known, is always helping with small things, the local MP gets very worried. Very, very worried. The smart ones incorporate you. The not so smart ones threaten you. Okay? But the reason is because it's not that they do not know that they're not doing what they should do. They're onto a gravy train and they see you interfering with it, and they feel that they can threaten you because they can get away threatening you.
Yeah.
If they knew they couldn't get away, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't.
There's a viewer here Kitungu ananichekelea akisema my ideas are out of this world. Yeah, we need out of this world ideas to to change this world, yeah. But Ambati Rioba amesema kudos Nerima for the consistency.
Thank you.
Kenyans need to stop acting surprised when things go wrong. We set things up to go wrong from the get-go, and until Kenyans own the political process, shida. Thank you so much. Yes.
Karibu. And thanks also for that. Movie, I wanted to say it's not so far-fetched. There are countries like Switzerland that have rotational presidencies.
Switzerland, you
Oh,
said?
yeah.
Okay.
Once a year. There's also public participation in the passage of laws where community members on specific laws meet, at a particular time, and if you want to be involved, there has to be a number of citizens. It's a big sort of like town hall, and you're asked, do you agree with this and this sort of law? And people just raise their hands.
Yes.
As you're able to see, okay, most of the community wame agree na hiki tu, and they do it to as low as the village level. So even that element of you saying jury system, even our own public participation, the reason why it's going back and forth, it's first of all the fact that citizens have a voice. They don't want to give us the number of what causes an affirmative voice. The way with our election, it's 50+1.
Yes.
So with public participation, with certain laws where people are involved in that law, what is a good law? How much of the citizens have to agree with it? They don't want to put in their work in terms of the systems of, we need to have a budget for public participation. We need to have this number of citizens saying we agree with it for it to pass. They just want, we have selected 30 people, au 30 wote ni warafiki zetu, tumeshawapatia soda, chai kidogo, alafu hii kitu imepita tu hivyo, hawajasoma kitu lakini imepita. That's where we are as a country.
True story.
So I will dream with you on that one for not really a jury, but a participation framework. At the end of the
day, we need a framework.
Yeah.
We do need it.
I agree.
You know what is strange? You mentioned Switzerland. Before they go to that particular place, you should look at the number of years they were at war.
Oh, interesting.
There was one particular war that they decided, it's around 1847, they figured, no, we need to
let's calm down.
Yeah, because there were not that many, and then they were killing each other daily. If you go to the Scandinavians, they were even worse. Okay,
Norway, Denmark, Greenland, Iceland. Walikuwa no one number.
There are some regions they even call the neighbor and say, "But you know, as we can't have peace, can you come and just colonize us briefly, so that we can at least get a little order here?" Now, you see, we don't have to go that route.
You're right. Even akina France, Germany, hiyo watu walikuwa wanauana mbaya sana. Kufika mahali wakasema, guys, can we just calm down? Tunamalizana sana.
Bure.
Nerima, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kama kawaida, it's always a pleasure.
It's good to see you guys.
Yes. All right. Do stand by, because in the next hour, tuko na another guest. She's a journalist and she's also an aspirant. She's a lady. Nataka ku understand the role of women in politics. Umesema Mama Boma. Umesema wewe na Faith Odhiambo mnafanya kitu.
Yeah, I've already recruited Faith also.
Nice. Mtakuja mtueleze much more on it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's Electoral Commission has been urged to strengthen public confidence in the electoral process ahead of the 2027 general election. Political risk analyst Dismas Mukua called on the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to prioritize strategic communication and transparency, warning that disputed results could pose a national security risk. Mukua said the commission must ensure its processes are credible, predictable and clearly understood by voters.
If they deliver this election in a manner that is not free, fair, nor credible, that is a recipe for disaster. And even if they've created those predictable systems for unpredictable outcomes, every stakeholder in Kenya must understand that in fact these systems are working. So that when IBC declares a winner, then people go home knowing this in fact is the winner.
Hakuna maswali. You know, they say that now IBC needs to be like a Caesar's wife. So in my view, the biggest challenge facing IBC today is not technology, is not budgetary allocation, is strategic communications. To ensure that every single Kenyan, that Mama Mboga, Mura, Halima, understand how the election is going to be done and understand that a probability of stealing an election is almost zero. In fact, they should even make public the number of petitions they've won, because understand people lose election and take IBC to the courts. Probability of winning is almost zero, so that it's bulletproof.
The Political Parties and Dispute Tribunal has allowed the Linda Mwananchi faction, led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, to reserve the name Mwananchi Party as it pursues an appeal over the registration of the political outfit. The tribunal has also allowed the reservation and registration of the Liberty National Democratic Alliance to proceed pending the hearing and determination of the dispute. The matter will return before the tribunal on September 14th, 2026. Narok is set to get a major boost in air connectivity after President William Ruto announced that construction of 677 million Narok Airport will be completed within the next 2 months. Speaking during his 2-day visit to the county, Ruto said the airport will improve access to the Masai Mara National Reserve and support the growth of tourism and travel. He added that the facility will serve both domestic and international passengers.
Mimi nilikuja hapa nikaambia tutajenga mwaka uliopita, mwezi ujao, mwezi wa 9, airport yenu ya Narok itakuwa tayari, international airport hapa Narok. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba kwa sababu ya vile tumesimamia mambo, mimi nimejenga heshima ya Kenya duniani kote Kule Marekani wanajua Kenya. Mkutano ya G7 wanajua Kenya. Mkutano ile tulifanya ya mambo ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna Africa Forward na watu wa Faransa wanajua Kenya.
US President Donald Trump has ordered flags to be flown at half-staff across the country in honor of the country music icon Dolly Parton, who died on Tuesday aged 80 years. Trump described Parton as one of the greatest country singers and said her death was a loss for millions of people. The flag was lowered from 6 p.m. on Tuesday and will remain at half-staff for 1 week. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Hello, good morning. How are you doing? It is now 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. Salamu ziwafikie watu kadha wa kadha hapa nimeona wakiongea. There's Tony, there is Robert, there is Mohamed Murunga, there is also Louise, there is Alan. Louise, at the time you were to DM, what happened? Get on to my DM, that is at Mongala Mbuvi. Kuna kitu tulikuwa tunafaa kuongea na wewe na hata hatukuongea. So DM tafadhali. Alando, how are you doing? There's Willie Aero, I hope I'm saying it well. Then there's Nuru, kuna Michael Olande, kuna Cizaniro, kuna Sam, kuna Harriet Alaka, kuna Mukasa Meshak, Luis Rudasingwa, Perceptronium. Who else haven't I mentioned here? I think Majok, I think I mentioned you at one point. William Musita, I think pia nilikutaja. Peter Ogore, na wale wengine wote wenye naweza kuwa nimesahau kumention. Ambati Rioba, I think nilikuwa nimekusalimia. Sawa. Nani mwingine hapa hivi maybe sijamgotea ambaye alikuwa amepeana kitu ya maana ya kusema. All right. Clearly, tushasema zote. But yes, continue writing. I think I'll sample some of them as we go on. A lot of you, I see you're talking about the Goonism that is happening, which is a good thing. This is a conversation we honestly really need to have. Right now, though, we want to have a different conversation. It's about the role of women in politics. And with us is Faith Wamalo. Now, Faith is a journalist, but also, most importantly, she is the Webuye, one of the Webuye West MP aspirants. Ama ni uko peke yako. Roja naweza kuwa nimekutajanisha na watu wengine na maybe uko peke yako. Are you unopposed, Faith? Good morning.
Good morning.
You're well?
Yes, I'm very much okay.
So, Faith Wamalwa.
Yeah.
Who is Faith Wamalwa? Because that title, a journalist, I think umeniambia ukaguzia, but I'd like the audience also to know.
Yeah.
You've mentioned that you have worked at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes.
Yeah. Where else have you worked as a journalist?
Yeah, as a journalist, I started up as a KBC correspondent in Turkana.
Okay.
Yes, and then I moved.
Wait, why Turkana? Can you speak? Can you speak Turkish?
That is really interesting. Do you know that is a question that I was asked when I had gone for that, for my press card at KBC.
Yes.
And the editor asked me, I won't mention names. He was like, why Turkana? And for me, I felt like I wanted to serve the underserved. I was in a position whereby I said that Turkana needs a voice. There's someone that has to speak that voice. So, and we were living in the times when everyone was like, when you hear Turkana, you're like, there's that antenna. Do people really survive in this place? And I remember telling him, are there people there? Do they live? Do they exist? If there are people living there, if there are people who exist each and every day,
then there's a story to tell.
Okay. Then I will exist. I'll survive.
So in Turkana, where did you live?
In Lodwar. I lived in Lodwar, but traveled across the whole county. Yeah, the front lines of banditry and all that. I was there, I lived it.
Unfortunately, the images I have of Turkana, I've never been there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the images I have of Turkana is desert island, or rather desert land. Of course, there's the Lake Turkana itself, and then Manyatas, and then beyond that, nothing.
Trust me.
Which documentary did you watch?
And actually, not documentary. Sijawatch documentary yote ya Turkana.
So where did you get this image?
Where did you get this image from?
Easy news tunaonanga tu kwa TV. Watu wanakufa chini ya miti.
That's a clip of something like around 1.5 seconds.
That's like a drop.
I know people
of oil in an
don't.
ocean.
I know people don't live on trees for sure.
Yeah.
I know people don't live literally on the sand.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that is the image I have. So every time we mention Turkana,
yes,
that is what comes to mind.
True.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like there's so many people who believe Turkana is like a no-go zone. It's like but
kuna mabarabara.
Trust me, Turkana is the best place I ever lived.
Okay.
To date.
All right.
Yeah, it's the best place.
Why was that the case?
For me, it was just like looking at the way people are living, like, the picture that you had about Turkana, like there is banditry and like it's just guns every day. And then you find Turkana is such a nice haven that you can live peacefully, despite, the small issues that happen across the boundaries. And, it's across the boundaries between Uganda and Kenya. We have South Sudan on the other side, we have Ethiopia, and then now Pokot, internally we have the Pokot boundary.
Yes.
But the rest of Turkana, actually 98% is safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Turkana some other time.
Okay.
So you've worked at KBC?
Yeah, I worked at KBC, then I moved to BBC. I was there for about 2 years there, and then I moved to German TV. Then later on...
Wait, German TV ama Dojuele? Am I
one
and the same thing?
No, actually a sister station.
Okay. So there's a TV called German TV.
Yes, German TV. And then I moved from there to EU. I had a short stint at EU, election mission observation.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I moved now to Tanzania, where I've been working in the communication sector. Yes.
Okay.
Until recently.
So clearly you've been around.
Yeah, I've been around.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Why do you want to become Member of Parliament of Webuye West?
I think for me is about, serving the people, upholding the constitution, when you talk about the rule of law. And I think Kenya, just like in many other issues, there is a revolution that is happening currently in Kenya in terms of leadership. There's a revolution that is happening across sectors, like, we have AI that is coming. There comes a time where things need to change. It is so natural. And I think Kenya, we are at such a point whereby it is like 16 years post, the new constitution. But there are still some things that have gone back before the new constitution.
Yes.
And there are things that have stalled. Yeah, when you talk about the 2/3 gender rule, there are so many things that have stalled. So I thought it is the right time for me to step up the leadership, because we've been saying, we have bad leadership in Kenya, we have bad leadership, but who is going to step up?
But why a member of parliament? Why not senator? Why not a governor? Why not MCA?
For me, I felt like, I want to represent women in terms of member of parliament, because it is where those laws begin. Yeah, when we talk about setting the laws, when you talk about, putting matters into how they are supposed to be as with regards to the constitution, it happens first in the parliament. So for me, it's about the power that that house has in terms of pushing for change, and I want to be part of that.
There's something in your profile I was just reading yesterday.
Yeah.
Most women in political positions currently seem to have forgotten the ideals and values that our predecessors stood for in the most dictatorial regimes of our history. What did you mean by this?
I think when you look across, and all thanks to social media, the digital world we are living in, we've been exposed to some theatrics by some of our women leaders. I'm sure you've seen some of them, doing all manner of things just for the reasons being there in power, and they'll want to maintain that power. We have others that twerk across the social media platforms. But you're saying, these are not the ideals that the likes of Martha Karua, the likes of Julia Ojambo, name them. They are not the ideals that they fought for. We want a table whereby, like a table has been set, we want equal opportunities. We want to be given equal opportunities. Yeah, we want it to be in terms of merit based, not because of how trendy you can be as a woman. We are there, we are capable, we have gone to school, we have learned things, we have been exposed to the world, we know how things are supposed to work, we know the constitution, we know our rights. So we're like, give us the equal opportunities and let us work for that.
You also said women have been turned to be tools of settling political scores. Again, what did you mean by that?
I think these are things that we see each and every day. We see positions are given based on who you know, and if you do not align to whoever gave you that position, then you're dropped. Yeah, but we want it to be in merit based. We want it to follow the constitution. Like, are we given positions because we are capable? We have shown that we are capable. We know what the constitution says. We know what our people want. We know the kind of representation, the legislation that we should give our people. Or are we given it in matter of, I know so and so, let me give this position to her. We have to fit the 2/3 gender bill. We have to fit into that particular law dispensation.
So tunaweka tu watu hapo wajaze.
Just to, so long as, but you've picked someone, you've picked someone who has done something to you, maybe. And this is not what we want. We want to be given that equal opportunity. There is this elective posts, do you fit? Do you feel that you fit
I feel like
represent your people?
Yeah, and I agree with you. But I feel like women wouldn't be used if they didn't allow themselves to be used. Without mentioning names, we know there are certain politicians wanaekangwa pale kwa podium, kwa stage wakati wa rallies because of their physical features, so that they can say something or do something, like you said, the twerking part, because that is how they've presented themselves. Me, I'm a twerker. So if you want someone to twerk at a rally, niko hapa. I am someone who, dresses in a certain way. So if you want the crowd to react in a certain way, please, by all means, call me. So it's women who've put themselves in that position.
I wouldn't blame women, because you're already disadvantaged by the structural barriers that we've had.
Because why haven't you, for example, been called to twerk? Because you've not shown yourself as a twerker. Wewe unataka kuongea mambo serious.
Yes.
Unataka ku discuss policy. But the moment you start twerking, the moment you start dressing in a certain way, of course a political party will look at you and be like, by the guys, mbona Kenya Faith wa Malo anafanya huko nje? Hebu mleteni hapa hivi, so that when we go to Ebuye, tukimweka hapo akitingisha kidogo, ni hivyo, tuko na crowd.
Wait, this twerking is what?
Twerking is shaking your behind, your bum, your buttocks.
It's a job description.
No, it's just a body movement. But yes, there are people who twerk for a living.
No, I believe I wouldn't blame a woman, because already we are disenfranchised. Like, we have structural barriers that have made us, push for this in different levels. But then again, it's a matter of character. It's a personal character. The same way we have men who have different characters, they vary in terms of character.
Very true.
So it goes back to the electorate. Is this the kind of leader that you want to represent you? Would you elect a twerker? At the end of the day, would you elect someone
in this country? You can get elected. Oh yeah,
just for twerking.
Yeah. Hey, some of the foulest mouthed individuals.
And if you're not elected, you are nominated,
and you are considered to be a power. If you look at just pure statistics, all right, we haven't got the 2/3 gender rule, but we're at something like 24.5%. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there are those who take the view, the glass half full, half empty. Okay? Our laws say 30%. Okay? The vast majority of people who vote in these men are women. Women are the voting bloc men rely on.
Sure.
Men are unreliable when it comes to voting. Okay?
Yeah.
They will say this, they'll do the other. Women tend to be steadier, and it is known. Now, when you know you have that amount of power, the question is, how then do you use that power to negotiate for something better? If you go to the corporate world, you will find that most employers prefer to employ women.
Yeah.
They offer fewer industrial issues. Ikicho mingi na kugoma goma.
Is it? I would like to disagree on that, because when you look at research, women I
am looking at research.
Yes, women we were still facing A lot of barriers. When you talk about employment,
in which areas
when you talk
do you
about
face
employment,
barriers?
for example, when you talk about that employment, men are still advantaged when it comes to employment
I
because
said in the corporate sector.
Yes,
I'm
even
very,
that corporate
I'm very
sector.
specific. Okay, are you aware that in the corporate sector, the ratio is 1 to 2 when it comes to MDs and CEOs?
That is that percentage
Yes,
only.
but if you go further down, the parity is almost equal. My statement was this: in the corporate sector, they prefer to employ women. The disadvantages you speak of may limit the numbers of women who could vie for those positions, but that is slowly diminishing.
No, I beg to disagree because...
So are you saying that there are less women who go to colleges and qualify and so are less able to apply for jobs? What are you saying?
More women go to school, more women look for these opportunities. But when it comes to employment, we are discriminated when it comes to employment because they are looking at...
Give me the statistics,
Yes.
and tell me how it is they're disadvantaged.
The disadvantage comes in the sense that they look at women. These are structural barriers. They look at women in the sense of, like, in long term, this woman, you take her in, she needs to take care of her family. At some point, she'll get pregnant. At some point, she'll need to stay at home and take care of her family. So at the end of the day, when these companies are employing, they look at these issues, they put them together, then they go ahead and appoint men to these particular roles because they know with a man will be there throughout. But a woman, we're talking about even now, the issues about menstruation. You know, we get these pains, there's endometriosis. These are issues that men do not face.
Those are issues that
and
feminists put up as an argument to demonstrate that women are discriminated against.
It is not just an argument. This is research. It is not an
But
argument.
City, I've been in spaces where women have actually, at least in the organization that I worked for, you get pregnant like this, you might as well just forget that job.
You see,
it's there. It happens.
If you're looking for examples to support your point of view, you will find them. I am not saying that women are not discriminated against. Let me go back to what I said.
Yeah.
The people in the corporate sector who prefer to employ women because they are better workers. They are loyal to the work they do. You have a guarantee that they are unlikely to move around and change jobs
What percentage
and create...
is that? What percentage is that?
Of women who are employed in the corporate sector?
Yes.
It's around 34% compared to men, men who are 67%.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Just 24%.
No, I said 34.
34 compared to?
Yeah, 67, 66%.
Why can't it be 50-50?
But it's what you call a work in progress. You see, when you say discrimination, let's go back to, say, for instance, Parliament, where laws are passed.
Yeah.
Do you know what the ratios are? I've given you the figure. 24.5% of women who are actually in Parliament. In the National Assembly, they are, I think, 81. Okay? In the in the Senate, they are, I think, 24.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Against 67.
Yeah. What does the law say?
Yes. But is that not what I started off with?
Yeah.
I am trying to explain something to you. Politics is a competitive sport.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Nobody's going to give it to you. If you cannot fit in with what it is that the electorate prefer, you will not be elected. Then we had what we call the affirmative action of bringing in women's rep. Only women can compete for that job, and only women get elected. But still, the barriers you speak of are not barriers. It is a mindset that men in authority have vis-a-vis what they think the role of women should be. The structures that you speak of have existed for a long time, but the structures are people. It is not as though there's a map that has been drawn and a timetable and a figure that this is what we're going to do. No. It is a mindset that has been there. Where I was going with my argument is this. I started by saying the vast majority of people who actually vote in these men are women. My argument here is when it comes to women looking after their own interest, they don't. That really is my argument.
Why? The question should be why. From the onset, we have been discriminated. It is out there. We have been discriminated with so many things.
Who stops you from voting for other women?
No, it's not a matter of stopping us from voting for other women. We are at a point whereby women have been like, we are living in a patriarchal society.
Oh, that
Like
is
our
absolutely
makeup.
true.
Our makeup.
And who do you think are the people who actually ensure that patriarchy is maintained? Is it the men or the women?
We need to work together because we women already we have been disadvantaged. We need voices of men
My
coming
dear.
in to say, you know what? We have our daughters, we have our sisters, we
Faith.
have our mothers
Faith.
who are able and capable like the men are.
If this was an exam and there's a marking scheme,
Yeah.
I ask a question, you change the question and you bring your own marking scheme. So let me start again.
No. We have to first agree that women have been disadvantaged all through.
Women have been underprivileged for the longest time.
We agree
A
on that.
patriarchy creates that situation.
Yes.
Yes, I understand that full well.
Correct.
I am talking about the situation that we are in where education doesn't actually discriminate. Girls can go to school unless it's a parent who decided, but you can go to school.
Yes.
You can choose the course you want to do. But even there, Rain, there are always problems. Where you are told, no, women in engineering, medicine, no, go and do pediatrics if you want to specialize. Those things have existed. If they exist now, it's not in the measure that they existed before in the previous century.
That one I agree.
So, all I'm saying is, we're talking politics because that's where you're headed towards.
Yes.
Or that's where you are at. And we're talking about the process that gets people into positions of authority. It's called a voting process. And my dissertation states that the people who can be relied on to vote as a bloc and get people into those positions are women.
Yes.
That's my position.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, given the patriarchy that you have spoken so very clearly about and all the negativity and then some that can be applied to them, I am saying, in the form of a question, why don't the women just vote for other women? Because they would get as many women as possible into parliament.
You know, when we ask why women, why can't men support the women, the few women who can vote for the women?
But men do. If the men did not support the women who win, I don't think they would win.
So let's not look at women, because when you look at women, accept that let's look at the disadvantage.
I thought we're discussing women.
No,
so why can we not look at women?
But let's not put it as why can't women vote for women. We are already blaming women who have been blamed all through.
No, that's not
let's
a blame.
Not blame women again.
No, Faith.
Let's do this.
That's
Perhaps
not blame.
Yes.
The question we need to ask ourselves is,
Yes.
the women who vie in the positions they vie, forget
Yes.
the women, because now you see that's a special seat.
Yes, that's a special one.
But in any constituency like this one, hapa ni mama ndio MP, but any other place,
Yes.
why don't the people in that particular space consider that woman for that position?
Correct.
Because like Siti said, I agree with him that politics is 150% competitive.
True.
It's about how you present your case. Na hivyo ndivyo watu watakunini. Ni kama tu kununua sukuma.
Yeah.
Hautanunua sukuma mbaya kwa huyu mama na unaona sukuma poa pale. Hautanunua nyama mbaya hapa na unaona nyama poa pale. I think for me, at the end of the day, it's just how women, number one, present themselves. Because I've been in spaces where I've actually voted for women.
Yeah.
Why? It is because of what they presented.
But also we cannot do this blindly and forget the space that women hold in terms of perception.
Okay.
Because we need to start working from perception, building it upwards. We are living in patriarchal society. We already have women who prefer men in those positions because men have been presented as superior.
Yeah.
Men have been presented as people who know what they do. Men have been presented, and politics for a fact has been made to look like a preserve for men, a preserve for people who have muscle, a preserve for people who can, fight. And even recently, you see what happened in Oma Bay. It's, you have to be masculine, you have to be able to fight, you have to have goons. Yeah. When you talk about me, for example, if I'm going to that position,
yes,
do you expect me as a woman to start raising goons? And remember, these goons are my brothers. Women, we are emotional beings in terms of we love, and it's even supported by research that we look at community as a whole. I might look at that goon and think about my son, think about my brother, think about my father. And a man cannot be able to think within that line. So when you look at women, when you're talking about women and talking about building this perception, we have to build it from the ground up. Yes, there are these spaces that have been created, but is this woman empowered to know? When you talk about an Anjala in the village, talk about an Ekesa in the village, deep in the village, who doesn't even know about the 2/3 gender rule? Yeah, so it calls upon us to work together with other organizations, together with partners, and build this perception. Try to change the perception. Try to change these cultural beliefs, and then we move upwards. Now we talk about, when we reach there, we talk about women. These spaces have been created for them. Why are you not voting in your fellow woman? Yeah.
For example, have you started your campaigns in Webuye?
Yes, I've started my campaigns, but I haven't gone there physically. Yeah.
Because if we look at, perhaps, because I was going to ask you, how are you doing your campaigns? Are you doing door to door, for example? Okay, when you start them, how will you do them? Are you going to go door to door? Are you going to do rallies? Are you going to do road shows? Are you going to go to radio stations within the local dialect of Webuye? How are you going to do it?
Yeah, for me, I'm doing a strategy whereby I'm looking at going to the grassroots level, going door to doors, traveling in areas where I need to travel, maybe using motorbikes in areas that are not accessible, maybe by a car or anything. So that is what I'm looking into. And I'm also looking on leveraging social media, because, right now we are talking about a different era. We are in the digital era. We are all over. Like, you can do your WhatsApp.
When you're talking about digital era, why are you looking at me?
Because you don't look like you're in the digital era.
I'm not judging you with your silver appearance.
You don't look like you're in the digital era. We're bado uko analog. Yeah. So basically, your campaign is going to be broad-based, for lack of a better word.
Broad-based?
Broad-based, yani utakuwa kila mahali. Sisemi broad-based government.
Let's use the term grassroots.
Can I ask you a question, Faith? Huh?
Yes.
In your opinion,
since
you've referred to research, by the way, literally everything you've said is actually true, just so that you understand. It's correct. Patriarchy, discrimination against women, true. But 54% of actually women vote for the women, just so that you understand. If a little more voted, there'll be a little more women who could go in if more women even presented themselves. Again. Less women present themselves for political leadership than men do. But the biases exist even within political parties, and you'll find that men get probably up to 250% more funding from the political parties than women do. Yes. And I could go on. Where we in the media work against women is that anything that has to do with a scandal involving a woman will get infinitely more reporting and more critique and more criticism than if men do something similar. And the view that many African men and some women have with regards to women who are in politics is the most negative view you can possibly ever have. So, yes, when you say the deck is stacked against you, it is. Having said that, this is the terrain you're getting into, and you seem to understand it. What do the people of Webuye, is it West? What do they actually need? Not want. What do they need when you talk to them? Or when you talk to the people who come from there? Because not all people from Webuye West are in Webuye West. They're all over the place. Like you come from Webuye West, and here we are with you. What do the people of Webuye West want?
The people of Webuye West want their systems to work. They want that when they go to the hospital, they are able to be treated. They are able to be taken care of without first being asked, have you registered for SHA? SHA is not working or SHA is working. They want an institution that works for them first, before anything else, Because we have institutions whereby you're told, you go to the hospital, you're told, have you registered for SHA? You have to pay for SHA. You pay for that SHA. But then again, they tell you SHA cannot work in outpatient. That is not what the people want. They want an education system that works for them. They want to take their children to school, whereby they have learning tools. They don't have to think about, they go to school, they don't have learning tools, they don't have enough teachers. They want their systems to work. That is what the people of Webuye West want.
You too?
No, not only that. They also want...
Hawataki security.
They want security. We talk about security. Like right now...
Hawataki barabara.
They want roads.
Yeah,
They want...
maji wako nayo mingi.
No. They want their systems to work. They want clean water. They want... For me, like for example, for me, where we take drinking water, where we fetch drinking water, we have to go like about 800 meters for us to get clean drinking water. There are things called, there are these water places that we go to fetch drinking water called Pombo. Pombo is, it's like a spring where you get drinking water. So we have to go for 800 meters to go and fetch drinking water. Women do not want to carry, water on their heads or on their backs. We are in the 21st
Who's the current MP of Webuye West?
Dan Wanyama.
Si jamaa yako huyo?
Hawezi kuwa na run against him kama
you can.
What do you mean by jamaa?
Ni relative wako?
Even if it's a relative. Even if it's not a relative. Like at the end of the day, we want people who can be able to work and represent their people, who can be able to legislate for their issues.
The reason why I asked you what the people of Webuye West want, when people are seeking elective positions, they are very articulate and they're very clear about these things when you hear them. But having said this, there's always the question of how then will you guarantee that you start the process of ensuring they get it? Because they won't get it in 5 years. But how will you ensure that you start that process? How will you ensure that they will actually see that the journey to getting these things they need has begun?
I think for me is, as an MP, my role being legislation representation and oversight. Yeah, for me first will be, to bring their issues, to represent their issues in Parliament. And I believe the chat we had earlier on, talking about which party, are you going with? Will you choose a party or will you choose an individual? At the end of the day, and we were making that discussion about, how you can be an individual, with your ideals, with your ideas. But when you come to Parliament, when you come to Parliament.
Before Parliament, before you come to the ground, first of all, where you stand with these things matter, because that's where they take you to Parliament.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So then now you move to Parliament, whereby voting for bills, the party that you're in will determine, what you vote for. We've seen that happening. We've seen that happening with the previous finance bill. We've seen it happening with so many other bills. So how then will I be able to be able to represent my people, to represent their issues very well? So which party am I aligning with? Am I aligning with a party that believes in these ideals that are stipulated in the Constitution? Am I aligning with a party that has chosen to represent, the Kenyans, to represent Kenyans' needs, to legislate on issues that affect the grassroots people, issues to do with health, education, agriculture, name them, each and everything? Am I aligning myself with a party that believes in those ideals? If I'm going into it alone, I might go in as an independent candidate. Then what happens after that? Can I be able to stand alone and legislate for, people of in isolation, people of Webuye West alone? I have to represent all Kenyans. So at the end of the day do I align with people who believe in these particular ideals that I carry, in these values that I believe in? Yeah.
The idealism that you have, for me, it's very heartwarming. The problem is how to translate this into what needs to be done. And I'm going to ask a question.
Yeah.
Why don't you vie for the position of an MCA instead?
For me, I think having looked at the position where an MCA holds and the position of an MP, I felt that I will fully represent my people if I go for an MP seat. And you'll ask why.
Please explain why.
And you'll ask why.
Yes.
When you look at the lawmaking process of this country, the National Assembly holds, we can say it holds a greater amount of power in terms of, coming up with these laws.
It doesn't, but go on.
Yes, it does hold, it holds
for the people of Webuye West and the people of the ward you come from, the county and the laws within the county, because the assembly is also a lawmaking body.
It is a lawmaking body. It is a lawmaking body.
Yes, and that is direct, because you are there. You're not far away.
Mm-hmm.
You represent them there. The assembly is not very far away, and the county government also has resources.
Mm-hmm.
And the legislation you speak of
Mm-hmm.
that would help your people, in my opinion, at the level of a county, because that help is closer than it is at the national level, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what about in terms of impact? Because look at
Again,
it. Yes.
An MCA, in my opinion, is far more impactful than a member of parliament.
No. I will disagree on that.
Please, I want you to disagree.
Yes.
And please disagree in details.
I disagree on that, because when you look at, like, for me, from where I sit, parliaments hold, like, greater power than an MCA. I'm not going to explain.
It has greater prestige. Whether the power is debatable.
I'm not even looking at prestige.
Amesema ata explain. So me nangoja explanation.
Yes, I'm going to explain. Yeah, first and foremost, we're talking about a place where the laws are made. Yeah, laws of these countries.
Laws are made in the county assemblies as well.
They're made in county assemblies as well. But look at the kind of when you talk about when you talk about the parliament, the National Assembly, when laws are made in National Assembly, that is why. And I'm going to give an example. When we were talking about the impeachment of Gachagua, was it raised at the county level? It wasn't raised at the county level. Why wasn't it raised at the MCA level? It was raised at the national. It is National Assembly that had the stop of determining whether Gachagua is going home or not. So there's that an advantage of parliament. There's that position that National Assembly holds that I want to be part of. Number two, ever since I was a girl, I really wanted to represent my people in parliament. I really wanted to represent my people in parliament, and I really admired Martha Karua. I've been a silent student of Martha Karua. I've seen how they fought for the women representation. When you talk about the two-thirds gender rule, how they fought for that. And I wanted to be part of that table where these decisions are made. Whereby if a woman, a girl, in Webuye, in Turkana, in Samburu looks at me, and power has been made to look like, when you want to go for an MP seat, you have to have a lot of money. You have to have a lot of money for you to campaign for this seat. So I want to tell them, it's not a matter of you having a lot of money, but you can fight to come into this table where decisions are being made, because the table has been already created, and that is where they say that, what do you bring to the table? You might want to ask, what do you bring to the table? And for me, it's about, this table has already been set. There was a small table. Martha Karua and other women, they fought to make the table big. Yeah, we are still living in a time whereby you want your part on the table, you want your space on the table, but you're told, what do you bring to the table? The table is already big. You're told, the chairs are broken. Allow us to fix those chairs. Allow us to fix those chairs. Sit on those table. Make decisions on those table, because it's only then that a woman can feel, even me, I can be part of this. That we can make decisions and laws that can support women. We are saying, women have not been allowed to sit on this table. Women have been disadvantaged in this and this and that. But as a man cannot fight for my right.
Why?
I have to sit on that table for me, because I'm the one who wears these shoes. When you talk about how we have to give women, maternal, we have to increase maternity leave. A man doesn't get pregnant. A man does not know what a woman goes through when she's pregnant. We want to get leave for, when we're menstruating. We need to get at least 2-3 days, because some of us go through pain, We need to, a man cannot be able to legislate for this.
I get on all these issues of, what a woman can do for fellow women.
Yeah.
I thought that was being handled by the woman reposition. However, also men, we might not, get pregnant, but we have sisters who get pregnant. We have wives who get pregnant. And we know we might not necessarily feel the pregnancy, but we understand. We see the mood changes.
Why is our role in this pregnancy being diminished?
We might not be getting pregnant, but when you're there having morning sickness, we can see that morning sickness. When you're having these mood swings, we can see those mood swings. When we see the labor pain. We might not experience the pain, but we see how
but
you scream.
Seeing and experiencing are two different things.
So when you tell me that you're in pain and you need ABCD done for the pain to end, ukiniambia babe endea Panadol, niendeanga Panadol, si ndio? Si lazima nikuwe naumwa na kichwa.
But you know, when you talk about headache, listen, when you talk about headache,
kuna point na drive.
You know the pain about headache.
I'm trying
to learn. But when you talk about pregnancy, you might not know the extreme. You can tell me,
You're very right.
You can take Maramoja for headache. I took it and it helped me.
And you're very right.
Can you tell me that you can take this for your pregnancy?
No. You can't.
And then
I can't.
Feel better.
For sure I can't. Me hata ukiniambia labor pain ina feel hivi na hivi siwezi elewa. I can just be like, "Wa, so nika kuchomeka na makaa." But beyond that, what I'm trying to say anyway is that men can also, depending on who you vote for anyway. If you vote for someone who's understanding, someone who knows, someone who has been there, done that, seen that, of course they will do the necessary. So that narrative of only a woman understands what a woman is going through, it is only true to a certain extent. But if it's about action, anybody can take action on it, because we have seen men who've done, or rather members of parliament who are men who've legislated on behalf of women. So hiyo kidogo inaweza leta shida. However, going back to the original question, the role of women in politics, because I believe that is where perhaps wananchi pia wanakuanga na maswali mingi. For example, kuna watu wengi wanasema they don't see the purpose of the woman rep position, because they say for the last, how many years has it been? Since 2010, since 2013, since 2013 when the first woman rep was elected. Wanaulizwa, if we can just audit that position, what has it done? Kuna watu wanasema we are paying those taxes for absolutely nothing. Those salaries have been paid for nothing, because all these things you're mentioning, those women, those 47 women who've been elected over and over again, were supposed to be handling those things, and they've not handled. So do we still need that position?
We still
Paul,
need that position.
Is it true that they haven't handled it?
They have not done unajua kuna ile tunasema exceptionally well.
But let's look at the numbers.
But through whose lenses are we looking at these things?
Ukipatia engineer kazi, for example, let me take this as an example. An engineer unampatia kazi, lakini the most they can do is do that paper mache. Anybody, including me, can do paper mache. You can do paper mache. You don't need an engineering degree to do paper mache. But the moment you give that engineer and the most they have done for the time that you've given them that job is paper mache, you ask yourself, why do I need you? Yet I can do exactly what you're doing.
Can we look also at the numbers? Because
Faith. Yes. This is patriarchy speaking here.
But in ukweli city, we live in a patriarchal society.
Yeah, we do.
But that is what we want to change. That is what we are changing.
But I'm just laying down the realities on the ground.
Yes. But not, you see, it's not patriarchy that one is speaking of or speaking against. It's the negative aspects of it. Because the lenses through patriarchy does not see women as being valuable. That really is the point of view.
But Siti, what I'm trying to say is, there is a conversation around if indeed they have proven that value that we gave them to do.
All right. Why don't I then take this argument and make it broader? Let's audit the governors that we have in this country. Let's start there, shall we? We've never had a female president, so let's start with the governors. Okay? It's a nice broad picture where you have responsibilities. And look at women who've been governors and men who've been governors. Audit and see. The cases that the Auditor General raises the most happen to be in counties which are run by men. True. When you have cases that are brought up again by the Auditor General with regards to NGCDF, the vast majority of those cases are from constituencies where there are men. Okay? The point I'm trying to make is, Paul, we do live in a patriarchy, but there's some negative aspects of our lives as Kenyans that one must talk about, and one must speak about them honestly. Because you cannot have this discussion that we've been having since God knows where about the girl child. Now it's been turned over, the boy child has been marginalized. By whom? These boy children have mothers, Bwana, okay? They also have fathers. So where does this problem arise? We cannot look at problem through the lenses of packaged assumptions or packaged views where at hii unajua iko namna hii na ikiwa namna hii iko namna hii. The need to actually understand that these roles that we speak of The equity is not in that a woman will carry the same load or weight that I can carry. No, but that she can do what needs to be done. She doesn't have to carry the load. She can find somebody else to carry it. But she will have the presence of mind to know what needs to get done. So the results are what are desired. When you look at the role of women in households and what they do, how people can assume that women are incompetent, I marvel.
I know, right?
I marvel. Because in the absence of those women, children don't go to school, children don't eat, children, everything happens in that household. So, if at the place which is the most sensitive in our lives, women are given that pivotal role, why then do we think that when it comes to
leadership,
yes, they cannot handle it? Why?
Correct. And you know, when we're talking about that, talk about the women that are known as career women, quote unquote. That is how we are labeled outside there. You go to work.
Is it a label? Is it a label or is it a fact?
It is a fact. It is a fact, but with a negative connotation on it. When you talk about career women, there are some negative.
For sure.
Yes. So you go to work, you come back in the evening, you have to take care of your family. The roles have not changed. Yeah, being a patriarchal society, like you are expected, you cook for the family, you take care of your kids. By the time you get back, you cook for your husband and children. By the time you go to sleep, you're expected to report in the morning to work. Yeah, you've woken up, you've prepared your children, you've prepared your husband in some cases, and then you go to work. But still, you are able to perform with a man whose role was to wake up in the morning, go to work, come back in the evening, go to the bathroom, eat, sleep, wake up in the morning. Repeat. But you're working 8 to 5. You come back home, there's that 5 to maybe midnight. Then back again in the morning, you wake up at 5. Then you work to 8 and then 8 to 5 again.
Faith, you know where we have a problem with some of these things is when you look at, say, like the position of women's rep, or women who then get elected, many of them become like men in the way they perceive their job and how they go about it.
Yeah.
So if men are ineffective, they also become ineffective. The very qualities that probably get them elected, the qualities that we see from a domestic position, from the workplaces, and then on to politics, it doesn't come out.
But that's should we blame the women or we blame the system?
No. Me, I'm not going into blame.
Yes.
Because the moment you say blame, then suddenly you mishmash that conversation into I am saying
yes,
they emulate the men. That's what I'm saying. So they become like the men. We've already established how useless men can be. That one we don't really need to discuss it at great length.
Yeah, it's the system that forces women to become like men.
Faith, no.
I disagree on that. I think it's the system.
Faith.
Yes.
We cannot look at problems that individuals have and then just throw system into it and suddenly it's not their concern. If you don't know what the job required, then don't take it or don't vie for it. The responsibility that comes with the job must be understood.
Correct. And that one I agree. But let's put this into a realistic example.
So the example I was giving was not realistic. Okay, please go on.
Real life example.
Real life example. So a woman gets into this position. You say they emulate men.
Yes.
Look at that woman. If she's at the top, how many people are following her? These people are following her. The immediate people she's overseeing. Who are they? What population are they? What gender are they? Are they men or women?
They're men.
They're men. Yeah. So if you're to make a decision and you don't have a support system that reflects that believes in whatever ideas you have or whatever vision you have, will you survive?
It depends, hiyo swali venye umeuliza, I can answer it with a yes or a no. Yes. So it honestly depends.
Yes.
But there's something Siti said about you knew the job description that whether you're the CEO of Radio Generation or you're the janitor of Radio Generation, you know what that job entails. So by the time you accept that job, you know back at home you're a mother. You know back at home you're a wife. Okay? Yeah. And if in your home setup wewe ni wale wa kama hauko hapo nothing happens, if you're not there hakuna chakula inapikwa, if you're not there children hawataoga, then hapo kidogo kuna shida. But me, I know of spaces, including my own, whereby we share everything equally.
Yeah.
Sitakubali umekuja nyumbani umechoka umechapana
umechapana
na traffic hapa hivi. There are many people who do that. Umengangana na traffic hapa na watu wa bodaboda umenyeshewa, then you get home at God forbid 9, then I still expect you to get into the kitchen.
That is 1 in a million.
And cook. Then again, it just boils down to personal choice. If you get married or if you are allowed to be married to a man who does not see that other aspect of your life, then you're going to have a lot of problems. Yeah?
But that is why we are saying, we need to have these numbers. We already have a table. The table is too big. But we need the numbers. Numbers don't lie. We need those numbers. For us to advocate for our own issues, we need those numbers. We need to come up. But there are now some structural issues that are now coming up again. Yeah, there's that issue of violence, and women, we're not violent. There are those who are. Goonism. Like how many goons were you seeing women in Homa Bay? Look at the numbers.
How many female goons did you see?
How many female goons did you see?
I wasn't keen to look at the gender.
Do you think I'll leave my children to go and look for
and throw
trouble
stones
outside there, throw stones, when I know I can die and then come back and...
But let's be honest. We have incidences where women have been in...
we have those incidents.
Been
very few.
Included in goonism.
Very few incidences.
But Faith, we have come literally to the end of the show.
Yeah.
Maybe final remarks.
My final remarks will be like... our predecessors, when you talk about the Julia Ojambos, the Martha Karuas, the Wangari Maathai, may God sell her
rest her soul in peace.
They fought to make the table big. Yeah. And right now, we have a big table, we have broken chairs. Let's fix the chairs. We can fix it. Tushike hata kama we have sellotapes. Let's fix the chairs, sit on that table, and prove to the men that we are capable, we are able, we can lead this country. It doesn't matter, like you don't need to have money for you to convince people. You only need to have a vision. You only need to have integrity. And we can do it. We can do it.
Kitu neza advice ni ng'ang'aneni tu. Unaona hiyo space city alikuwa anasema ni competitive. Let's all get there. Let's all run. Whoever gets to the finish line first is the winner. Yeah,
we are going to run for it. And we don't want to be given, we don't want special treatment. Just give us equal opportunities. Give us equal opportunities. City don't go and recruit 100 men as goons, and you want me to come the way I am, that we are competing. It's not a competition when you bring goons. Let's just put, equal opportunities. Come as you are, mundo kumundu.
Goons are not bought by gender, they're bought by money.
Come as you are. Yes,
so you're saying she needs money?
No, I don't need goons. No, I don't need goons. We need a safe space to compete.
Salamu, you have by there a very huge fan anaitwa Diana Purity. Amesema Webuye West needs you. Na wale wengine wote akina Roy Ken, I might not necessarily read your messages, but allow me to recognize you. Dennis Nyakeriga, kuna DK na kuna Kitungu na Pwani Economic Revolution pia yeye, thank you so much. And of course Otieno Mokaya umepotea sana. Tutafute, piga simu tuone kama utakuja kwa studio hata kama ni next week. And then there is Hezon Ongoro. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Na Musakili Juma. Acha nicho kusoma hizi majina. Ndaenda hapa nimemolimi. All right folks, let's do this again tomorrow same time, 6 a.m. to 10 in the a.m.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Calls are growing for tougher action against political violence and goonism ahead of the 2027 general election. Siasa Place Executive Director Nerima Wako Ojiwa says authorities should hold political actors and groups that finance and organize violence accountable. Speaking on Radio Generation today, She warns that treating goonism as an economic activity could entrench violence and undermine political participation in Kenya.
We need to start to see some semblance of action in the next few months before we go for Christmas. Yeah, because
DIG Masengeli was there and I remember him saying that watashika watu.
Yeah, but niwe nataka washike saizi juu hata wakati Murkomen aliongea alisema 27 wameshikwa Homa Bay. But who paid them? You know, we're dealing
who was
with
their master?
Yeah, we're dealing with the small fish, and I feel, you know, historically we've always seen with scandals and big things that make the country shiver. We only see the sheep fry with the small ones. It's time to see the big fish. If you know, if these guys are serious about CG Vision 2060, if they're serious about, you know, following the law, because they seem to say they've changed tune, then hold the big fish accountable. Who are the big fish?
Detectives in Bungoma have uncovered a suspected illegal sugar repackaging syndicate following an intelligence-led operation at Bukembe Shopping Center. More than 200 bags of sugar were recovered, including West Valley sugar and sugar repackaged in Chinese branded socks. Detectives also seized hundreds of empty branded bags believed to have been used in the repackaging operation. A suspect identified as Paul Mwangi remains in custody as investigations continue into the alleged syndicate and its supply and distribution networks. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has unveiled the National Bioeconomic Strategy 2026 to 2036. Speaking during the launch in Nairobi, Mudavadi said the 10-year framework will harness Kenya's biological resources, research and innovation to create jobs, industries and new economic opportunities. He described the strategy as an economic and industrial framework rather than simply a scientific or environmental initiative.
At its core, the bioeconomy offers us a new way of thinking about development. It provides an opportunity to decouple economic growth from the depletion of natural resources, while creating new forms of value from the biological resources and knowledge that we possess. In this sense, the bioeconomy strategy is not simply a scientific or environmental strategy. It is a whole of government, economic and industrial strategy that fits squarely within our broader development ambitions under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
2 additional suspects have been charged of an alleged 1.5 billion Kenya shillings fraud involving the Program for Rural Outreach of Financial Innovations and Technologies. Eric Otieno Achila and Susan Wangari appeared before the Anti-Corruption Court in Nairobi and denied 3 and 4 counts of fraud respectively. Achila was granted a 1.5 million bond with a similar surety or a cash bail of 650,000, while Wangari was granted a 1.5 million bond with a similar surety or cash bail of 700,000 Kenya shillings. The case will be mentioned on September 2nd, 2026. At least 14 newborn babies have died after fire broke out at a maternity ward in a hospital in Pakistan's capital in Islamabad. The fire broke out on the 3rd floor of the Mother and Child Unit at the Pakistan Institute of Medical Sciences. Rescue teams have brought the fire under control, while those injured have been taken to intensive care units. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya made a winning start to the 2026 CAF B Women's Africa Cup of Nations Volleyball Championship being held in Nairobi. The hosts beat Zambia 3-0 at the Kasarani Indoor Gymnasium, winning 3 sets 25-14, 25-9 and 25-11. Uganda also began its campaign with a 3-0 victory over Senegal, while the